Hello.
Hello, Bart. Yes.
Hello. Esther.
Yep.
Hello.
Hi
Good
there.
afternoon.
Good afternoon as well, Bart.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, I guess.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Nice. I thank you for your response on my application.
You're very much welcome. When I saw it, you mentioned that it was a drop shipping company, right?
Yeah, it is a dropshipping company, indeed. Yeah, yeah. I will do a short introduction to let you know what I'm currently doing, and then you can tell a little bit more about yourself to get to know you a bit better. First of all, my name is Bart Sonneveld. I'm 35 years old. I'm based in the Netherlands. I have a wife, two kids, and I'm working now on a dropshipping business, selling to several countries. But currently, I'm looking for a separate dropshipping store in the Benelux area, so Belgium and the Netherlands, and
Mhm.
also for Sweden for customer support. So we are currently now setting up the business a little bit. Yeah, sales is going okay, but and yeah, we will scale that in the coming months. So I will focus now a little bit more on those markets because the other ones are going quite well. So I'm looking for somebody who is already a little bit experienced, who can handle the email box, who also will be responsible for the email box, and yeah, who is familiar with handling disputes from Stripe.
Mhm. Yes.
mainly Stripe, because I'm using now Stripe as a payment method, and on Stripe, yeah, you do that with Klarna as well. So somebody who has the experience with handling those disputes, and who can work with ChatGPT, TPL, etc. for translations.
Yes.
I make it always quite easy and simple, because I have a framework
Mm,
with the most common messages. So, for example, if somebody is asking for delivery time, I have a framework. If somebody is angry, if somebody wants to return, I have like just a framework, and there is room to make it your own, but it is like a standard that you can use as an example. And so I make it quite straightforward, quite simple. Currently, it is not a full-time job yet, but
mm.
yeah, the more orders are coming, the more the workflow will be, and you will report directly to me. So we will work together quite closely, or at least when you have questions, and daily we will communicate with each other. And what I want is that you do at least 3 times a day a check in the email box. Okay, how many emails are there? Answer them, and then do that 3 times a day using Hubstaff as the hourly tracking time tracker.
Yes.
So quite straightforward everything. So that is a bit my introduction. Yeah, who I am, what we are currently doing. And what I'm looking for. So I'm curious. Who is Ezekiel? Or do I need to say Ziki?
Ziki, you can call me Ziki. Most
Ziki.
of yeah, so
Ziki.
I have some friends there in the Netherlands as well, Joe.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I have worldwide friends because I'm playing this game for quite a while now. So I
Okay.
have some friends there. Even in Sweden
Nice.
and Belgium as well, I have some friends there.
Oh, good.
So yeah, so it's good to hear about your plan in the business. So I've been in the e-commerce industry for almost 5 years now. So I
Yeah.
work with some big brands as well, like Essence.com. I'm not quite sure if you're aware of them. And
Essence.
Essence, they
Okay.
are located in Montreal, Canada.
Okay. Yeah. 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 Exactly.
Yes. So I have handled QA disputes and customer retention with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So with customer service as well. So I
Yeah.
have stayed with them for almost 3 years, and I moved
Yeah.
to another e-commerce company, which is Aroma360.com. By this time, they are located in U.S., Florida.
Okay. Yeah.
So just like what you said, you already have some scripts, what to do for certain scenarios. So that's a good thing. I like to do my scripts more personalized. It's better to have a script as well, just
Hmm.
to make sure that you personalize those scripts as well, so you can
Yeah. Of course.
connect
Yeah. Yeah.
more to the customers. So just from what you are looking for, I think I'm better fit for those roles since
Yeah.
I do have a extended
Yeah.
experience. And just to let you know as well, I delved into drop shipping as well myself. I tried to do it
Okay.
as well. So I used some drop shipping like Alibaba and
Yeah.
something else, but since I lack funds, so I can't like the best way to do it is have a like advertisements, so I don't have the
Yeah.
funds
Yeah.
to
Exactly.
promote it. So
Yeah. Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was the thing that I was having a problem with. But yeah,
Yeah.
so
Can imagine.
from what you were looking for, I can definitely do that for you. So
Yeah.
I can
Also,
do
also, do you have experience with Stripe?
yeah, so I have experience with Stripe, Klarna as well. If you for Klarna, I believe we will have to refer them to Klarna themselves, because that's what you usually do with Klarna.
Yeah.
You're
Well, what happens normally? They complain to Klarna
yes,
and make it a dispute. Like they haven't got the goods, for
yes,
example. Then they make a dispute, and then Klarna or Stripe is coming to us
yes,
that the customer made the request to pay back their funds,
Mhm.
and then we need to hand over all the proof that we delivered, or the proof that the delivery is still going on, that it is on their way. So that is a bit the point of the disputes, is that uh, to look for the proof in Shopify and
Yes.
tracking sites, and that you are familiar with Stripe and know how to do it. So it is quite straightforward, but I think
Yes.
to teach this, there are a lot of people who are experienced and did it before. So I'm just looking for somebody who can do it, and instead of teaching somebody how to do it. So
Mm.
that's a bit the reason. Yeah. And
Yes.
are you currently doing full time customer relationship work, or are you doing different kind of jobs?
Yes, so I'm doing different kind of jobs as of the moment. So I have a page on Fiverr as well, where I offer my services. So I've
Okay.
been working as a virtual assistant recently. So I handle
Yep.
social media pages, create graphic designs, copywriting as well.
Yep.
So ads management, Facebook management, ads management for
Okay.
Instagram, LinkedIn, I did
Yeah.
that as well. So I did a lot of training of those just to improve some
Yeah.
of the skills that I'll be
Yeah.
needing in this industry. So yeah.
Okay.
So whatever you need from me, I can definitely do that. If you would like to add some workload to my, like if you want to add some workload aside from
Yeah.
just tracking
Exactly.
the emails,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
for file management, email management, I did some trainings on it as well, and did it
Yeah.
with some of the clients as well, especially Avgo before they are a real estate company in the US. So I
Yeah.
did manage their inboxes as well, created some labels,
Yeah.
segregated the disputes,
Yeah.
inquiries, something like that. So just to make the inbox clean.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay, and do you have a family, or how is your just your life looking? What do you like to do? Do you have children? Do you have a
Yes.
wife or something?
Yes, so I'm living in a two-bedroom apartment right now. So I have my kid here. I have a 7-year-old boy,
Okay, nice.
and I'm living with my wife. They are currently on the other room because I told them I'm gonna have an interview, so they don't want to disturb me. But if you want to check, I can call them over.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. No, but I like to know who is behind the person,
Mhm.
so I always like to ask, yeah, how your personal life is looking like, just for my interest. Because if we are going to work together, yeah,
Yes.
we will spend some time together, of course, and it's good to know who Ziki is. So that's why I'm asking.
I see. Yeah, so I'm not sure if you already have a team that's handling this kind of things, but in the future, I can also offer my services to you as well. For example, if your business grew and you need some people, I know some people here. I've been in the BPO industry for a couple of
Hmm.
years now.
Okay.
So I did recruiting as well for some of the companies just to get the right fit
Yeah.
candidates. So I did
Okay.
interviews, recruiting, everything. So you can rely on me in anything that you need.
Okay. Very good. Good to know. Good to know. And what is your age?
I'm currently turning 31 years old next month.
31.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. And let me see. Why did you stop your previous jobs? Why, for Essence, for example, or do you still work for them?
Yeah, so those are freelance contracts. So
Okay, freelance contracts. Yeah.
unless, because sometimes they prompt to go to a outsourcing companies.
Yeah.
So what I like is like go directly to clients because outsourcing companies tends to cut off your salary by more than a half. So I
Yeah.
tend to go over directly to the clients, just like you.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Very good. And let me check. I had a few questions. No, that was it. How can you communicate? Are you using WhatsApp, for example?
I use a lot of communicating apps throughout the years of working with
Oh,
multiple clients. So I use Slack, I use
Slack, yeah.
Microsoft Meet, Google Chats,
Yeah.
um, WhatsApp. I already have WhatsApp here opened up actually because I use it for my communications with Fiverr clients. If there's any inquiries about the gigs or sidelines that I'm doing. So those are kind of communications that I'm currently using. I also use Discord, by the way, because there's
Okay.
like sections here for Discords. I handle multiple communities in Discord, so
Yeah.
I usually go in there as well.
Okay. Very good. And do you have time to do 3 times a day checking email boxes and do a couple of hours work?
Yes, of
Yeah.
course.
Okay.
Currently I am unemployed, so I can dedicate most of my time to your project.
Okay. Very good. One other question is, so if I want to hire you, you can start as soon as possible.
Yeah, if you hire me right now, I can start right now.
Very good, very good. And then my last question is, no, I forgot it. Okay, no, I think I know enough. Good things. I heard good things, Ziki. But I have a couple of other interviews
Mm,
planned. So latest tomorrow.
mm.
Latest tomorrow. I will let you know how we go forward.
All right, that would be awesome.
Yeah, is that we will keep in touch. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it. And I will let you know on online jobs at the chat how to move forward. But I see good stuff. So good job.
All right, thank you so much again, Bart, and I hope you have a great day. Okay, God bless you.
Thank you. You too. Bless
All
you.
right,
Bye bye. Bye bye.
bye bye. Hello. I was doing an interview. I think it's like captured.
Howdy folks, in this video I'm going to show you exactly how to win a Stripe chargeback now, or a credit card chargeback. So in this video I'm going to show you what is a chargeback, okay? How do you prevent a chargeback, and how to actually win a chargeback every single time. Okay, I've done it. Okay, if you sold something to a client, and you sent them the product, you did your service, and sometimes clients might just file a chargeback even though they received the service. Okay, in that case, I strongly recommend following these guidelines so you can actually win that chargeback. Now, before we start, let's go and talk about what exactly is a chargeback. Now, a chargeback is pretty much whenever a customer, client calls their bank and says, hey, Satish sold me this product, but this product is not working, or I didn't get my product, okay? Things like that. Okay, now, whenever that happens, they usually go ahead and do a chargeback whenever the customer actually get their money back, and then we get in the amount debited from our credit card processing merchant, for example Stripe or Authorize.net or PayPal, and then on top of that we have to pay the fees as well. Now, so that's what a chargeback is. Now, how do you prevent a chargeback? I'll tell you an easy way. Okay, most customers file a chargeback because legitimate orders, right? Not like scammers. Okay, people who actually bought your product and they want access, or they didn't they don't want to they don't want to screw you over. They file chargeback because of the number one reason is that communication. Okay, so on your website, okay, wherever you sell the product, make sure you make it easy for the customer to contact you. For example, okay, let's say I sold something to the customer, right? And then customer might have an issue with the product, right? But if they can't reach out to my support or to me, then they're gonna call their bank. But if they contact me, what you can do is solve that problem by either replacing the product, okay, telling them, or actually giving them a refund if that's what's due, right? Or fixing the root cause and showing them, hey, the product is fine. So the biggest reason people get chargebacks is because they forgot to put a contact link, or they don't tell their customer, okay, if you have any problems, please contact us at help@abcd.com. So put those on your transaction email. That really helps as well. Now, let's get back to the topic. Now, if you do get hit with a chargeback, how do you win that chargeback? I'm going to show you two ways, okay? Now, the first one is kind of, dumb if you want to call, but the idea is to contact the client, okay? Let's say, I got a chargeback for, $5,000. I'm going to contact the client and say, hey, what happened? What's wrong? And many times what happens is that, okay, maybe there was a miscommunication. Maybe there was some sort of gap. Maybe who didn't fix something. Maybe there was a problem, right? In that case, yeah, we'll go ahead and fix it up, and they'll go ahead and call their bank and cancel the chargeback. Now, you want that happening because here's the thing, okay? If you have a lot of chargebacks coming up, what's gonna happen is Stripe, Authorize.net, they might actually either close your account, or they might even hold your money. Most likely what's going to happen is if you have 3% chargeback, they're going to go ahead and shut down your account and actually hold your money for 60 days, 90 days, depends on the situation. But you don't want that happening, because whenever there's a chargeback, enough of them, it could actually block your cash flow. So you don't want that happening. So it's super important that you prevent these chargebacks, okay? And the first way to solve a chargeback is pretty much call the client and say, or email the client and say, hey Bob, what happened? You filed a chargeback. I was not expecting that. How can I fix it? Now, when you say that, couple of things, okay? Now, if a refund is actually due, just tell them, hey, go ahead and cancel the chargeback. I'll go ahead and refund it to you, because it's gonna hurt my reputation if you do that. And a lot of the customers, they are more than willing to help, and they are more than willing to do that. And if that's the case, take care of it. Now, more than likely, you can solve the issue on the phone or the email. Say, hey, here's what the problem is, and I want to fix it for you. Now, once you fix the problem, hey, they'll go ahead and cancel the chargeback. Now, the method number two, this is the one that, if you have to use it, go ahead and use it. Now, so here's the deal, okay? So whenever you get a dispute, this is what you guys been waiting for. So hear me out, okay? Write it down, take notes, do whatever you need to do. I'm gonna reveal to you how can you convince the bank that, hey, I wanna win the chargeback. Now, so whenever you see a chargeback, on your dashboard on Stripe, you get an option to respond back to that chargeback. Now, when responding to the chargeback, you have to make sure a couple of things. Okay, a lot of people just write a message saying, hey, blah 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 blah. It doesn't matter, okay? When a bank officer looks at that report, right, there are people in banks, right, their job is to pretty much decide, hey, is this a legit chargeback, or is it fake? Okay, more than likely they're gonna do it on the favor of their customer. But there's following a set of rules, but you can win the chargeback too. Now, how do you do that? So what I want you to do is create a Word document, okay? On that Word document, go ahead and put customers' full information, okay? IP address, okay? Now, if the customer bought like a physical product, make sure to put tracking IDs. Now, if they bought like, digital item, go ahead and list out their IP address. When did they download the product, okay? And the biggest thing is this, okay? Was there a communication? For example, let me give you an example right here. So a lot of agencies, they run ads, right, for on Facebook, Instagram, and so on, and they're charging people 5 to 10K a month, okay? And then you get a chargeback, right? I'm like, okay, that was not digital, that was not physical, it was a service, right? So how can you win those kind of transaction? The communication chain. So the communication that you had with the client, okay, when they said they were happy, you know what I'm talking about, right? So whenever that customer said, hey, I'm happy with the product, I'm happy with the service, but like 30 days later, they're broke or something and they file a chargeback. I know that happens a lot of times, right? Customers, they buy things, right? And then they're happy with your product, they're happy with your service, but like a month later or 2 months later, they can't pay their rent. And what do they do? They can't pay their credit card bill, right? And what do? They go out there and actually file a chargeback on us, okay? So here's the secret sauce of winning any chargeback: the communication record. So if you had a communication with them through a mobile phone, take a screenshot. If it's through an email chain, have that, okay? Include all of that on that Word document and export it as one PDF. The idea is this, okay? So whenever the bank officer opens up that proof, okay, it's gonna have the customer information, right? It's also going to have their email address, IP address, and the proof, okay? And you have to tell them the proof, okay? You have to tell them, hey, this is the IP address that they downloaded the file with. There you go. Or if it's a service, most of the time people getting, most of the time vendors getting screwed is whenever they sold a service, okay? So let's say you ran an ad, you built a website, things like that. That's when you get screwed, okay? But what you can do is pretty much the communication that you had with the client, right? So usually what I do is whenever we're selling something like service, right, I ask my clients, hey, are you happy with the service? And they say no, I get to fix it. If they say they're happy and they're good to go, then hey, not only are they happy, not only did I seek their feedback, that's also a proof, okay? That's also a proof that, hey, they were happy with the transaction, okay? What you can also do on top of that to make sure that they don't do these funny things is this, okay? So I do a couple of things. So number one, if the amount is over $10,000, I do a ACH, like a bank wire, usually, right? Or if they have to pay with a credit card,
Thank you for the
what
follow.
I do is I actually go ahead and send them a receipt through the mail with FedEx or UPS and actually put a tracking ID. So I have that communication proof. I also have a tracking ID. So on my side, I'm strong, okay? Even if there is a chargeback, what I can do is I can show those proofs to the bank and actually win that transaction. Does that make sense? So the biggest thing is sending the bank one PDF, okay? Name of the customer, how did they receive their product, okay? And show them that, hey, the customer was happy, okay? They can't just, say they're happy and then just turn around and say, hey, it doesn't work after like 30, 40 days, okay? That's not how it should be. So if you do those things, I'm more than sure that you're going to win that transaction, okay? So I want to wish you all the best that, if you actually sold a product, and you're giving them a refund if so you can actually win that chargeback. Now, before we start, let's go and talk about what exactly is a chargeback. Now, a chargeback is pretty much whenever a customer, client calls their bank and says, hey, Satish sold me this product, but this product is not working, or I didn't get my product, okay? Things like that. Okay, now, whenever that happens, they usually go ahead and do a chargeback whenever the customer actually get their money back, and then we get in the amount debited from our credit card processing, merchant, for example, Stripe or Authorize.net or PayPal. And then on top of that, we have to pay the fees as well. Now, So that's what a chargeback is. Now, how do you prevent a chargeback? I'll tell you an easy way, okay? Most customers file a chargeback because, okay, legitimate, orders, right? Not like, scammers, okay? People who actually bought your product and they want access, or they didn't, they don't want to, they don't want to screw you over. They file chargeback because of the number one reason is that communication, okay? So on your website, okay, wherever you sell the product, make sure you make it easy for the customer to contact you. For example, okay, let's say I sold something to the customer, right? And then customer might have an issue with the product, right? But if they can't reach out to my support or to me, then they're gonna call their bank. But if they contact me, what you can do is solve that problem by either replacing the product, okay? Telling them, or actually giving them a refund if that's what's due, right? Or fixing the root cause and showing them, hey, the product is fine. So the biggest reason people get chargebacks is because they forgot to put a contact link, or they don't tell their customer, okay, if you have any problems, please contact us at help@abcd.com. So put those on your transaction email. That really helps as well. Now let's get back to the topic. Now, if you do get hit with a chargeback, how do you win that chargeback? I'm going to show you two ways, okay? Now, the first one is kind of, dumb if you want to call it, but the idea is to contact the client, okay? Let's say, I got a chargeback for, $5,000. I'm going to contact the client and say, hey, what happened? What's wrong? And many times what happens is that, okay, maybe there was a miscommunication. Maybe there was some sort of gap. Maybe who didn't fix something. Maybe there was a problem, right? In that case, yeah, we'll go ahead and fix it up, and they'll go ahead and call their bank and cancel the, chargeback. Now, you want that happening because here's the thing, okay? If you have a lot of chargebacks coming up, what's gonna happen is Stripe, Authorize.net, they might actually either close your account, or they might even hold your money. Most likely what's going to happen is if you have 3% chargeback, they're going to go ahead and shut down your account and actually hold your money for 60 days, 90 days, depends on the situation. But you don't want that happening, because whenever there's a chargeback, enough of them, it could actually block your cash flow. So you don't want that happening. So it's super important that you prevent these chargebacks, okay? And the first way to solve a chargeback is pretty much call the client and say, or email the client and say, hey, Bob, what happened? You filed a chargeback. I was not expecting that. How can I fix it? Now, when you say that, couple of things, okay? Now, if a refund is actually due, just tell them, hey, go ahead and cancel the chargeback. I'll go ahead and refund it to you, because it's gonna hurt my reputation if you do that. And a lot of the customers, they are more than willing to help, and they are more than willing to do that. And if that's the case, take care of it. Now, more than likely, you can solve the issue on the phone or the email. Say, hey, here's what the problem is, and I want to fix it for you. Now, once you fix the problem, hey, they'll go ahead and cancel the chargeback. Now, the method number two, this is the one that, if you have to use it, go ahead and use it. Now, so here's the deal, okay? So whenever you get a dispute, this is what you guys been waiting for. So hear me out, okay? Write it down, take notes, do whatever you need to do. I'm going to reveal to you how can you convince the bank that, hey, I want to win the chargeback. Now, so whenever you see a chargeback, on your dashboard on Stripe, you get an option to respond back to that chargeback. Now, when responding to the chargeback, you have to make sure a couple of things. Okay, a lot of people just write a message saying, hey, blah 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 blah. It doesn't matter, okay? When a bank officer looks at that report, right, there are people in banks, right, their job is to pretty much decide, hey, is this a legit chargeback or is it fake? Okay, more than likely they're gonna do it on the favor of their customer, but they're following a set of rules, but you can win the chargeback too. Now, how do you do that? So what I want you to do is create a Word document, okay? On that Word document, go ahead and put customers' full information, okay? IP address, okay? Now, If the customer bought like a physical product, make sure to put tracking IDs. Now, if they bought like, digital item, go ahead and list out their IP address. When did they download the product, okay? And the biggest thing is this, okay? Was there a communication? For example, let me give you an example right here. So a lot of agencies, they run ads, right, for on Facebook, Instagram, and so on, and they're charging people 5 to 10K a month, okay? And then you get a chargeback, right? I'm like, okay, that was not digital, that was not physical, it was a service, right? So how can you win those kind of transaction? The communication chain. So the communication that you had with the client, okay, when they said they were happy, you know what I'm talking about, right? So whenever that customer said, hey, I'm happy with the product, I'm happy with the service, but like 30 days later, they're broke or something, and they file a chargeback. I know that happens a lot of times, right? Customers, they buy things, right? And then they're happy with your product, they're happy with your service, but like a month later or 2 months later, they can't pay their rent. And what do they do? They can't pay their credit card bill, right? And what do? They go out there and actually file a chargeback on us, okay? So here's the secret sauce of winning any chargeback: the communication record. So if you had a communication with them through a mobile phone, take a screenshot. If it's through an email chain, have that, okay? Include all of that on that Word document and export it as one PDF. The idea is this, okay? So whenever the bank officer opens up that proof, okay, it's gonna have the customer information, right? It's also gonna have their email address, IP address, and the proof, okay? And you have to tell them the proof, okay? You have to tell them, hey, this is the IP address that they downloaded the file with. There you go. Or if it's a service, most of the time vendors getting screwed is whenever they sold a service, okay? So let's say you ran an ad, you built a website, things like that. That's when you get screwed, okay? But what you can do is pretty much the communication that you had with the client, right? So usually what I do is whenever we're selling something like service, right, I ask my clients, hey, are you happy with the service? And they say no, I get to fix it. If they say they're happy and they're good to go, then hey, not only are they happy, not only did I seek their feedback, that's also a proof, okay? That's also a proof that, hey, they were happy with the transaction, okay? What you can also do on top of that to make sure that they don't do these funny things is this, okay? So I do a couple of things. So number one, if the amount is over $10,000, I do a ACH, like a bank wire, usually, right? Or if they have to pay with a credit card, what I do is I actually go ahead and send them a receipt through the mail with FedEx or UPS, and actually put a tracking ID. So I have that communication proof. I also have a tracking ID. So on my side, I'm strong, okay? Even if there is a chargeback, what I can do is I can show those proofs to the bank and actually win that transaction. Does that make sense? So the biggest thing is sending the bank one PDF, okay? Name of the customer, how did they receive their product, okay? And show them that, hey, the customer was happy, okay? They can't just, say they're happy and then just turn around and say, hey, it doesn't work after like 30, 40 days, okay? That's not how it should be. So if you do those things, I'm more than sure that you're gonna win that transaction, okay? So I wanna wish you all the best that, if you actually sold a product, and you actually provided value to a customer, you deserve that money. And then, go ahead and do these things so you can win that transaction. So you could use this tactic to win Stripe transaction, chargebacks, credit card, or authorized. They're all the same thing, okay? So that's pretty much it. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope to see you on the next video. Hey, and guess what, okay? If you check out my channel, there's so many videos on marketing, sales, making money. I think you'll really enjoy it. So please subscribe and help me out. I'll see you on the next video.
Direct client siya.
Hello everyone, welcome to How to Browser YouTube channel. In this video I'm gonna show you how you can fix
Wala daw.
how you can fix high ping in Rust. Okay, and I'm gonna show you a couple of methods I discovered that can highly decrease the ping, okay, in Rust and in any other game basically. But yeah, if you're new to my YouTube channel, guys, don't forget to subscribe. I'll really appreciate that. It will help a lot. This YouTube channel, this small YouTube channel, will really help a lot. To subscribe and a like for daily tutorials, guys. And now let's jump right into this video. So the first thing that you have to do, okay, so what you have to do first is the first method. This is the first method, alright, and here the first method we have to change DNS server. Okay, so what you have to do is to click on Windows logo key plus S, and here we have to go to control panel, alright, click on control panel to close this, and here what we have to do is to go to network and internet, and then click on network and sharing center, and then what you have to do is to click on change network settings, alright, and then click on your network that you're using. I use Telecom, and now right click and now here select properties, alright, then click on Internet Protocol version 4, click on properties and check if the following DNS server addresses. Make sure here you type 88888844, and that's for alternate DNS server. Alright, make sure you're doing this, and now let's move to the next method. Okay, now guys, let's move to the next method, and here what you have to do, okay guys, so to flush DNS what you have to do is to write in the search bar CMD and run as administrator. Okay, now we need to run this the following commands. Okay, command 1, please enter the command 1, first command, copy and paste. I'm gonna leave the command in the description of this video. Enter. Successfully flush DNS server resolved cache. Now the next one, copy and paste. Okay, now the third one. Okay, and now the fourth one, copy and paste. Okay, now the last one, alright? Enter. Successfully reset the Windows Start catalog, alright? Perfect, guys, perfect. That's what we want. And now let's move to the next method. Okay, now what you have to do is to write in the search bar device manager, and now here please go to network adapters and make sure you update your network. Okay, so right click and select update, search for more and see if there's any updates available. And okay, and another thing that you can try is to, and now here make sure please you install the latest driver for your internet. Okay, so here head over to this website. I'll leave the link of this website in the description of this video. Okay, and now click on this Win Auto Installer program, click on this download button, install this, and also if you're using Intel, make sure you install this as well. And also make sure you head over to Windows Update and you install the latest updates for Windows, and also please go to advanced options, and go to optional updates, and then you go to driver updates, and here you check all the updates, valuable updates, and make sure you update. Okay, that's very important, and that's the end of this video. I hope this video helped you. I hope this video helped you fix the problem. And don't forget to subscribe. I'll really appreciate that. It will help a lot this my YouTube channel. And I'll see you now guys in the next tutorial. Take care.
So, ang papag-usapan po natin for today is yung kaso po between Congressman Abante and Congressman Joel Chua Uy, yung congressman po sa 6th District of Manila, okay? So, alam naman po natin yung pinaka-issue nun currently is na talo po sa COMELEC case si Congressman Uy. Tapos ngayon, gusto ipaproclaim si Congressman Abante. Tapos biglang naglabas ng decision yung Supreme Court. Although hindi po related sa kaso nila, pero yung issue po na tinackle dun sa Supreme Court case is medyo related. Kaya po ngayon, biglang nagkagulo na yung taong bayan kung ano na ba talaga yung status po ng kaso between Abante and Uy, kung applicable ba yung Supreme Court decision, okay? Pero anyway po, we will be having 5 main questions to be discussed for today. Yung number 1 po dyan is kung ano na ba talaga ang status ng kaso between the parties. Number 2, kung talo na po ba talaga si Kong Uy. Number 3, paano naman daw naging councilor na si Kong Uy. Tapos ngayon, biglang bawal daw siya maging congressman. Bakit daw naging ganun? Okay, and then number 4, paano naman yung Supreme Court decision regarding yung sa pagbawal na or pagtanggal ng Supreme Court ng second place rule, kung paano yun siya mag-apply dito sa case na ito. And then last main question po natin is kung sino na ba talaga sa ngayon ang totoong congressman ng Manila 6th District. Okay, so good everybody. This is Attorney Neil Abayon po, your quote-unquote favorite UDS lawyer, at yan po lahat explain at pag-usapan po natin for today's video. Pero bago po tayong mag-start, this will be just another quick promotion lang po sa Facebook page ko. Malapit na po kasi mag 100,000 subscribers doon, kaya medyo tinutulak na lang para ma-reach na natin yan, okay? So sa lahat po ng mahilig dyan mag-maritesan, mag-chismisan, mas madami pong ganun sa Facebook page ko. So basically dito po ako mas nag-upload ng mga regular updates like tulad po nito, nabibigay ko yung schedule for this video, and then meron din po ako mga tito jokes dyan and mga daddy jokes, yung sabi pa nga nila sa Amerika. Pero sa atin po mas common tito jokes yung common na ginagamit ko. And anyway, yan, kung gusto po ninyo yung mga regular updates, then yan, nagsishare din po ako every now and then ng family pictures. And also mga flashback photos po, meron din tayo dyan. Okay, so ito po. Bahala na po kayo mag-decipher nitong photo nito kung ano yung interpretation nyo dyan. Pero anyway po, yung username is the same po rin naman po yan. Sa lahat po ng social media accounts, same po yung username ko. Ito yung Attorney Neil Abayon. Meron din po tayong TikTok, meron din tayong Instagram. So anyway, kung gusto nyo po i-follow lahat yun, follow po kayo. And of course, kung nasa YouTube po kayo nanonood at you enjoy this video or any of my past videos, huwag nyo po kalimutan naman mag-subscribe sa YouTube. Okay, wala pong bayad yan sa YouTube. Sa Facebook, TikTok, may bayad. Hindi nyo po kailangan mag-subscribe. Follow lang po is more than enough. Okay? Ngayon, start na po tayo sa discussions. Okay, so yung first status ng kaso between the parties Abante and Uy. So ang pinaka-latest update po natin dyan is makita po natin from the COMELEC social media page po, specifically sa Facebook account po nila. So I tried searching for this decision po, itong SPC number 25-006 sa COMELEC website, pero wala pa po dun and up to June 17 pa lang po yung latest update nila. This one po is dated already June 18. But anyway po, for SPC number 25-006, ito po yung against Luis Joey Chua Uy, yung kalaban po ni Kong Abante for Member House of Representatives 6th District, the City of Manila, and decided by the COMELEC 2nd Division po is that number 1, yung decision po nila doon is respondent is considered a non-candidate and his COC is void ab initio. So dito po hindi nila specify, but I'm sure naman po well aware tayo based on multiple news reports already na yung ground is dahil daw hindi siya natural born Filipino citizen si Kong Joey Chua Uy, kaya po pinakancel yung COC niya. Okay, and then pangalawa po dyan is that the proclamation of respondent is annulled and that Bienvenido Benny Mirando Abante Jr. declared as a duly elected member House of Representatives 6th District of the City of Manila, COMELEC 2nd Division. Okay, so unang-una po ang kailangan natin i-take note talaga dito is this one, COMELEC 2nd Division pa lang po yung nag-decide. And pangalawa pong kailangan natin i-take note dito is yung proclamation of respondent is annulled. Okay, So number 1 po, hindi pa po NBank yung nag-decide dito or hindi pa po Supreme Court ang nag-decide. COMELEC Second Division pa lang po yan. Meaning meron pa pong appeal process na pwede i-exhaust dito si Congressman Joey Chua Uy. Unang-una po mag-motion for reconsideration siya sa NBank. More or less parang same po to dun sa Duterte Youth Party List case yung in-explain ko po. Ganun din po yung procedure niyan. So mag-motion for reconsideration siya sa COMELEC NBank. And then yung motion for reconsideration po, yan yung tawag. Although in a sense, it is somewhat similar po to an appeal in regular cases. So when you say COMELEC NBank na po yung mag-handle ng motion for reconsideration, yung buong COMELEC na po yan. Lahat po ng commissioners, 6 sila plus the chairman. So 7 na po yung magde-decide or 7 na po yung taong involved sa kasong ito once mag-MR nga dun sa NBank. Okay? And then after po sa COMELEC NBank ngayon, meron pa po yung appeal process sa Supreme Court. Assuming matalo po si Congressman Joey Chua Uy din sa NBank, pwede pa po siya mag-appeal niyan sa Supreme Court. Okay? So hindi pa po tapos ang laban or ang kaso between the parties kay Kong Abante and Kong Joey Chua Uy. Okay? And then yung second pong kailangan natin i-take note dito is ito pong proclamation of respondent is annulled. Ibig sabihin po at present, since hindi pa nga po final tong decision na to, ang currently proclaimed na congressional candidate na nanalo is si Joey Chua Uy pa po. Siya yung na-proclaim. Since again, this decision by the COMELEC Second Division is not yet final. It is still subject to appeal or to MR sa COMELEC NBank. Then later on, kung matalo, pwede pa po yan mag-appeal naman sa Supreme Court. Okay, so ipakita ko lang din po sa inyo yung rules of procedure sa Commission on Elections. Okay, so kung makita po ninyo, COMELEC Rules of Procedure, and then punta po na tayo niyan ngayon sa Rule 18. Okay, Rule 18, decisions po to ng COMELEC Division and COMELEC NBank. Okay, so sa Section 13 po, yung masusunod is yung letter B for this case, Special Actions and Special Cases. Yung mga disqualification cases po kasi or yung mga petition to cancel a COC, yung kaso mismo against Kong Joey Uy is considered po yun as a special case. So dito po, pwede pa mag-appeal kasi kung makikita po ninyo, letter C po muna basahin natin para hindi kayo maguluhan. Unless a motion for reconsideration is reasonably filed, a decision or resolution of a division shall become final and executory after the lapse of 5 days in special actions and special cases. Okay, so yung take note po natin ay decision or resolution of a division. Magiging final and executory lang po siya after the lapse of 5 days. Hindi natin alam kung ano na ginawa ni Congressman Joey Chua Uy, diba? Kung nag-MR ba talaga siya. Pero for discussion purposes lang po, na nag-appeal po si Congressman Joey Chua exhaust all his legal remedies. But again, just for discussion and argument purposes, let's assume nag-appeal siya. So pag nag-appeal po siya ngayon, itong decision ng division is hindi pa magiging final and executory. Okay? Therefore, in summary po, para mas hindi na talaga tayo, ang status po ng kaso is okay? But again, I am just making assumptions actual na nangyari kasi hindi na natin alam yung pinagagawa ng parties. But for discussion purposes lang, for the purpose of this video, kung nag-appeal po or yung nag-MRS ang kaso nila. And yung status po is still in the COMELEC level. Therefore, yung mag-govern pa rin is yung proclamation ni Congressman Joey Chua Uy. Kasi based dun sa COMELEC decision, gusto nila ipa-annul, diba, yung proclamation. Therefore, since there was already a proclamation, tapos hindi pa naman final to, yun pa rin po yung masusunod, yung actual current proclamation ni Congressman Joey Chua Uy. Okay? Ngayon, punta po. So, yung question number 2 po I've already touched on this na rin naman po dun sa previous discussion natin. So, in summary again, di pa po talo si Congressman Joey Chua Uy kasi number 1, he was already proclaimed. Therefore, ang presumption siya yung nanalo. Tapos since nasa COMELEC level pa lang po sila, wala pa naman pong finality sa Supreme Court or sa COMELEC NBank. So, yung mag-govern pa rin po is yung current proclamation na ginawa in favor doon kay Congressman Joel Chua Uy. Okay? In short, hindi pa po talo si Congressman Uy at hindi pa po talaga panalo si Congressman Abante sa case. Nasa ano pa po tayo? Actually, hindi pa nga po, medyo malayo pa talaga to sa katotohanan kasi nasa division pa lang, kakatapos pa lang po ng division. So yan na lang din po, gusto ko lang din i-clarify yan kasi one of the big misconceptions ngayon is yung pinupukpok nila yung second place rule na decision dun kay Magunda Dato case. So malayo pa po actually before tayo umabot dun because again, we are still in the COMELEC division level pa lang po yung tapos. Meron pa tayong NBank, then from NBank, meron pa tayong Supreme Court. So malayo-layo pa po talaga to. Okay, so yan lang po, gusto ko i-clarify. po natin is bakit naging councilor na daw si Congressman Uy tapos ngayon biglang bawal mag-congressman. Okay, so ngayon na po papasok yung lagi kong ine-emphasize sa inyo na issues, wag po tayong maghalo-halo ng facts. So kung ano po yung pinapag-usapan natin na batas, ano yung facts dun sa pinapag-usapan natin, dun lang po talaga dapat tayong mag-stick. Okay, we should not make mixing and matching and we should not make assumptions po sa mga actual legal discussions. Okay, pero kanina gumawa po tayong assumption for discussion and educational purposes lang po yun. Pero kung actual cases na po talaga, wag natin gawin yun. Iwasan po natin talaga yung halo-halo at yung mag-assume po tayo ng mga certain situation. Kasi again, yung mangyari po niyan, if you will make assumptions, parang gusto mo lang pumasok sa pabor mo yung argument mo in relation dun sa mga statements or ginawa po ng kalaban ninyo, 'di ba? Dapat hindi po yung ganun. Kung ano lang yung sinabi nila, period, yun lang yung decisionan mo or dun ka lang dapat mag-base ng argument. Okay? Pero anyway, pakita ko po yung legal basis ko kung paano nangyari na si Congressman Uy naging councilor tapos ngayon biglang bawal mag-congressman. So ang rason po kung bakit nakatakbo si Congressman Uy, assuming po na hindi talaga siya natural born Filipino citizen. Again, this is just going to be for discussion purposes lang po yung assumption natin para mas tuloy-tuloy po yung discussion natin. So ang rason po kung bakit ganun is because yung basis po kasi pag tumakbo ka as a councilor is the local government code po of the Philippines. Okay? So under local government code, specifically 39. Yan. So section 39 po, qualifications, elections, and an election citizen of the Philippines. So kung makita po ninyo yung term na ginamit for local elected officials, citizen of the Philippines, wala pong further qualification binigay yung batas. Therefore, hindi po natin pwede i-correlate na natural born Filipino citizen lang yung pwede tumakbo as a councilor. Yan po yung rason dito. Okay? Whereas hindi na po yung in 1987 Philippine Constitution na po natin. Okay, hindi po pwede ito pagbasihan kasi nakalagay po mismo sa Constitution pag Congress na pinapag-usapan. Therefore, following the doctrine of constitutional supremacy, kung nasa Constitution yung requirements, yun lang po yung dapat sundin talaga na qualification. Okay, ngayon punta po tayo muna sa Constitution. Okay, so sa Constitution po, specifically in Article 6, Section 3. Anyway, pakita ko muna yung taas para sigurado tayo. The Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines. Ito po yung 1987 Philippine Constitution. Ngayon, balik po tayo Article 6, Legislative Department. And then Section 3 po. No person shall be a senator unless he is a natural born citizen of the Philippines. Pero wag po tayo dyan pumunta kasi naging senator na po si Congressman Uy. Punta po tayo sa House of Representatives. Okay, so Section 6 po. No person shall be a member of the House of Representatives unless he is a natural born citizen of the Philippines. Okay, so very specific po talaga pag member of the House of Representatives. So yung member of the House of Representatives po, in simpler terms, ito po yung representative and or congressman na term. Okay, so it's very specific po under Section 6 sa atin na dapat natural born citizen of the Philippines. So ang next question natin, ano ba ibig sabihin talaga ng natural born? Best way ko po para ma-explain yung natural born is if you acquired citizenship as a Filipino without you doing anything to perfect it. Yan po yung definition yan. Meaning, pag panganak sa'yo, meron ka pa bang ginawa na any act para maging considered ka as Filipino citizen? Kung wala na po, you are considered as a natural born citizen under the 1987 Philippine Constitution. Okay? So ngayon, punta po tayo sa question kay Joel, kay Congressman Uy, kung bakit po sinasabi na, kung bakit ko ba to dinidiscuss talaga. Okay? So unang-una po kasi, yung issue talaga as to his citizenship, yun yung main issue dun sa case, di ba? Therefore, wala pa pong finality talaga ng decision kung ano talaga yung status ng citizenship niya. Is he a natural born Filipino citizen po ba? Or is he a naturalized? Okay? So because of that, ayoko po pangunahan naman yung korte. So that is going to be a factual determination po kasi kung ano ba yung nag-govern na facts talaga, circumstances sa kaso niya, at dun lang po lalabas ngayon kung natural born ba siya or naturalized citizen. For discussion purposes po, let's assume hindi talaga natural born si Congressman Chua. Ang mangyayari po is, ito po yung in-explain ko. Bakit pwede siya or naging konsehal na siya pero ngayon biglang kine-question yung pagiging congressman po. Yan yung rason. Okay? Pero again, ulitin ko lang po, hindi ko po sinasabing hindi natural born citizen si Congressman Chua. Okay? This is just for discussion purposes. Ito po yung isa sa mga questions din na nakikita ko na bakit daw before naging konsehal tas ngayon hindi naging congressman. So in-explain ko lang. Again, this is just for discussion and educational purposes. I am not giving a conclusion na hindi talaga natural born citizen si Congressman Chua. Okay? Bahala na po yung COMELEC dyan mag-decide kasi nandun na po yun. Bahala sila mag-determine ng facts at i-apply nila yung batas dun sa facts na ma-present ng both parties. Okay? So ngayon punta po tayo sa next question natin. So ngayon, ang next po natin, paano naman yung SC decision na bawal na ang second placer rule sa kaso na ito? Okay. So ito kasi yung medyo mainit talaga ngayon. Lahat ng tao tumatalo na dito, nakalimutan na tong step 1, yung status pa lang na nasa COMELEC pa nga lang po tayo. Pero anyway, let's also discuss this. Okay, so kung makikita po ninyo, Supreme Court en banc, Datu Pax Ali Magunda Datu, petitioner versus the COMELEC. Okay, GR number, so on and so forth. Tingnan nyo na lang po sa Supreme Court website, i-search nyo lang po ito, lalabas naman eh. Okay? And then, promulgated April 22, 2025. Yan. So ito po yung magandang issue ngayon. Since this one was promulgated on April 22, 2025. Okay? So ibig sabihin po ng promulgated, yan yung official announcement na ginawa ng Supreme Court sa public regarding the case. So pag na-promulgate na po ng Supreme Court yung isang kaso, ibig sabihin po niyan that already forms part of the quote-unquote law of the land. Okay? Yung decision ng korte na to. So since this was promulgated April 22, tapos yung decision ng COMELEC division was on June 18, 2025, dapat itong decision na to is sinundan na dapat din ng COMELEC. However lang kasi in this case, ang problem lang is ito kasing petitioner dito is a governor, local candidate po siya. Whereas yung case po against Congressman Abante and Congressman Joey Chua Uy involves the national position, specifically as a congressman or member of the House of Representatives. Okay? So kung makita po kasi natin dito sa page 34, in fine, the court hereby abandons the second placer rule and declares that the rules on succession under the LGC shall apply in all cases where a permanent vacancy results from a local elective official's disqualification from office regardless of the proceedings involved. So ang sinabi dito ng Supreme Court yan, the Vice Governor of Sultan Kudarat shall fill up the permanent vacancy caused by the cancellation of Pax Ali COC. So yung second placer rule po pala, bigyan ko na lang din kayo ng brief summary lesson dito. Second placer rule kasi, if ang isa pong kandidato ma-disqualify, hindi talaga disqualify pero quote-unquote disqualify po para mas maintindihan yung mas madali nyo maintindihan. Under Section 78 of the Omnibus Election Code, ang epekto po niyan, makakancel yung certificate of candidacy on the ground of material misrepresentation. So pag na-cancel po yung COC because of yung material misrepresentation code, ang epekto po niyan,
So what's up sa mga kabumbs ko dyan? Makagagawa sa na naman niya pala po. At syempre, mga kapopobre ko po, alam nyo na, today is the day kung saan finally atin ang matutunghayan ang the biggest, pinakamayaman at trilyonaryo sa balat ng Pilipinas. Mayaman pa po siya sa buong Pilipinas, sa lahat ng tao kahit kinumbine pa ang mga pera nyo. The biggest scammer daw, sabi ng mga tao. The biggest labas-masok sa kulungan. Ang Pekeng Marcos, 2 times po yan nagpalit ng pangalan. Norman Francis Leo Marcos, palakpakan sa utak ang putang nangyari. Hinahanap mo ba ako sa Facebook? I-follow mo na ako. Eto ang page ko.
Yung mga gunner mo, nasa labas daw.
Oh my God! Sabihin mo lang sa akin, ready ako!
Huwag ka mo lumapit namin, pumito sa loob.
Oh my God! Si Norman Mangusin o mas kilalang Francis Leo Marcos, FLM. Sobrang sikat to mga kahombre ko nung panahon na yun. Ano? Isang Filipino internet personality at philanthropist po ito. Meron itong 10,000 followers sa Facebook, 250,000 subs sa YouTube at 4M followers sa TikTok. Bakit ganyan lang ang numbers niya? Although siya ay sikat na sikat, lalo na nung pandemic days. Naalala niyo yan mga kahombre ko? Na-delete po yung mga lumang account nito sa YouTube at Facebook dati dahil na-report siya and all, okay? Sumikat ito sa social media, hindi lang basta sikat mga kaombre ko, like super duper sumikat siya sa pamamagitan ng itinaguyod niyang Mayaman Challenge. Lumawak ang atensyon ng publiko kay FLM nang simulan niya ang kanyang Mayaman Challenge, kung saay hinimok niya ang mga mamamayan na magbigay ng mga donasyon sa mga taong apektado ng Enhanced Community Quarantine na ipinataw sa gitna ng COVID-19 pandemic. Naalala niyong lahat yan mga kaombre ko. Nag-post si FLM ng video tungkol sa challenge sa Facebook na umani ng 9M views bago ito tinanggal. Pagkatapos ay gumawa siya ng sarili niyang YouTube channel para maghamon ng maghamon. Isa sa mga kumasa sa hamon ni FLM ay ang inyong lingkod, kung maaalala nyo. At namahagi po ako ng 500 sako ng bigas sa mga frontliners sa QC. Hindi lang sa QC, ginawa ko rin niya sa Maynila. Naalala nyo naman siguro yan lahat, di ba? Now, mga kahombre ko, pinuri tayo ni FLM.
Mga kababayan, kaya po ako nag-live ngayon na not because meron lang pong isang umaksip ng challenge ko. No? Eto po. Hindi ko po siya kilala, pero may narami nagsasabi na siya raw ay gago. Sa pangalan pa nga naman, makagago. Pero alam mo yung pagiging gago mo, kung naririnig mo ako ngayon, makagago. O para sa akin, tulin-tuli ka. Isa kang tunay na lalaki. Iyang kagaguhan mo ang kailangan ng mamamayang Pilipino sa panahon ngayon. Alam mo, makagago, parehas tayong gago eh. Gago rin talaga ako. Utang ina, tignan mo yung mga nasa gasaan ko, ang lulupit. Yang kagaguhan mo ngayon, ipinagmamalaki kita. Kasama mo ako. Nasa likod mo ko. Ha? Kahit ano mangyari, hindi kita iiwan. Dahil gago ka.
Sa totoo lang mga kahombre ko, nung mga panahon na yan, I was really believing in him. And in fact, nung na-issue siya, nakulong siya dahil sa human trafficking, nag-video ako at sinabi ko na I think FLM will come back stronger than ever. Yan yung mga pinagsasabi ko dati, no? Pero bakit ganun? Habang tumatagal, mga kahombre ko, realize ko na sa tuwing nalabas siya, tinotroll niya na lang ang mga tao. Ang layo na sa persona na nabuo niya before. Now, he is just a big joke. Now, he is just the biggest scammer daw. And now, he is one of the craziest masuk po sa kulungan. Nasaan na ating lahat tiningala nung panahon ng COVID. To the point na pati po yung mayayaman ay nagimbal, no? Nayanig sa kanyang pagdating. Sa kilala mo na Francis Leo Marcos ay naging questionable po ito sa kadahilanan na hindi naman daw totoong Marcos. Itong si FLM. Kine-claim noon ni FLM na siya ay associate sa isang political family na mga Marcos na bibilangan daw di umano ng ex-president ng Pilipinas na si Ferdinand Marcos. Sinabi ni FLM na sa edad niyang 17 ay hinayag sa kanya ng ina niyang kaugnay ito sa mga Marcoses. Ngunit noong 2020, nagawang magsalita ni former First Lady ng Philippines, Imelda Marcos, at sinabing hindi naman pala ito konektado si FLM sa pamilya niya. Makikita po natin dito yung request to investigate alleged fraudulent persons. Makikita po natin yung pangalan. Kumbaga, kilaro lang yan ng dating First Lady. Nasa ng NBI, ang tunay lamang na pangalan nito ay Norman Mangusin. Makikita po natin dito. Norman Antonio Mangusin. Napakalayo, mga kahombre ko, sa pagiging FLM niya. At ang ating kaibigan, surprise, surprise, na si Sian Albert Gaza ay naglabas ng isang video tungkol kay FLM.
Good day, everyone. This is Sian S. Gaza, and welcome to the Facebook modus operandi of Francis Leo Marcos. The big question mark sa lahat is, ano ba talaga yung tunay na motibo? What's the real deal behind all the social media stunts, the social media publicity, the social media of this Francis Leo Marcos? Ano ba talaga yung tunay na dahilan kung bakit out of nowhere nagpapanggap na miyembro ng powerful Marcos family by the name of Francis Leo Marcos? Sino ba talaga? Ano talaga yung motibo niya kung bakit na ginagawa ang lahat ng ito? Siya, bigyan mo ng klaro. Akala niyo lahat sort of a political propaganda in preparation of the 2022 election dahil siya itatakbong isang senador. Diyan kayo nagkakamali. Palabas lang nila yan is just a mere diversion. Kung mali pala yan siya, ano ba talaga yung tunay na dahilan? Okay, makinig kayo. This is the real reason behind. Francis Leo Marcos, under the real name of Norman Antonio Mangusin, ay ginamit lang ng isang tao, ng isang investment scam syndicate as a front. Ang problem kasi, way back December, okay, nagpaplano na itong investment scam syndicate na to ng isang kumpanya na pwede lang itayo by 2020. Ay, marami nang naitayong kumpanya, mga investment scams for the past how many years already, para kumubra ng milyon-milyon, okay? So maraming Pilipino, even billion. Exit lang sila last December, November, okay? Nakarating sa akin. Nag-isip sila ng isang kumpanya na pwede lang itayo sa 2020, okay? Isang execute na nila last February and March. Nung execute na nila. The problem is, meron ng pandemic, mahirap na makakuha ng investment sa mga tao kasi walang pera yung mga tao. Okay? Yung syndicate, naisip nila, okay, to take advantage of this COVID-19 pandemic at gumamit ng isang fraud na papalabasin nila, i-build nila, ipapackage nila an icon as a philanthropist na mayamang tao na kasabog sa social media world na tumutulong, pero gagamitin lang nila ito as a weapon para ma-execute yung scam na gagawin nila. At ang ginamit nilang front is si Francis Leo Marcos.
Grabe, mga kahombre ko. Meron palang gumagamit at front lang si FLM sa isang investment scam syndicate. Hindi ko lang alam kung ito ay napatunayan. Kung napatunayan to, then grabe po yan.
Bakit biglang sumabog si Francis Leo Marcos out of nowhere? Bakit ganun na lang yung social media mileage niya? Sobrang bilis. In just a matter of overnight, boom! Meron na agad icon na Francis Leo Marcos. Meron na agad online personality na Francis Leo Marcos. Why? Because this investment scam syndicate is paying 220,000 per month. Doon sa isang tao na may hawak ng multiple DDS pages. Kaya ako maiisip ninyo, di ba kayo nagtataka? Yung mga videos and live, okay, and all other, ini-edit pa talaga nila mismo. Yung mga live ni Francis Leo Marcos, tapos ini-edit pa nila. Di ba kayo nagtataka? Bakit lahat uploaded to different pages? At pag chinek mo lahat ng pages na yun, ito yung mga DDS pages. Na sobrang tindi ng mileage, na umaabot talaga ng how many views? 5 million views, 10 million views, 300,000 reacts, 200,000 reacts. It's a well-executed plan between the investment scam syndicate, okay, and this particular person, si Mr. DDS Pages.
Wow, this is something deep. Alam niyo yun?
Take note, ginagamit nila ngayon na strategy, binabanatan nila yung puso ng masa. That's the reason why ito na rin yung tinarget nila, yung mga DDS pages. Kasi masang-masa to. Alam niyo may mga DDS, tama? Hindi na natin kailangan i-elaborate. Ang mga DDS, madali itong makuha emosyon. Pag ganyan may tumutulong ako, basta tumutulong, bla bla bla, wala naman kailangan, samba yan, samba, okay? Cool to yan eh, cool to yan. So ngayon, yung nakuha nila yung mass base na yun as followers ni Francis Leo Marcos, boom! Parang bilang may isang kulto si FLM. Na siya naman talaga si Norman Antonio Mangusim. Na yung strategy nila. Kaya yung ginagawa nila is, kinukuha nila yung puntarili yung masa, tutulong yung masa. Sino may gusto ng bigas? Truck ng bigas. Pero ito, you know, yung truck ng bigas ang nasa likod. Ano? Sino ba? Challenge, may challenge, blah blah blah. Di ba? Puro kuda eh. Puro kuda si FLM eh. That's the strategy. Tama? Yung likod yun, yung nasa likod, yung truck ng bigas, it's just a mere props. And based to my very, very credible source, na nakausap din mismo yung aling mga trucks, okay? Nag-rent lang sila ng mga trucks, 3,000 to 3,500 para gamiting props at props lang din yung fixed na bigas na yun na pinopront nila kahit naman talaga wala sila talagang pinapamigay. Meron pa konti-konti pero yung toneto nilada na Chenely na talaga nakarekta sa tao. So, binibigyan nila ng bigas, nararekta lang nila sa mga politicians for the sake lang din of propaganda para mas nakahatak pa tumataas pa yung credibility ni Francis Leo Marcos. Okay, kaya kayo lahat nabaliw. That's the reason behind kung bakit lahat makikita niya yung mukha niya everywhere. At marami nagtatanggol sa kanya mga apostoles niya because it's the DDS pages and with its followers, okay, naging foundation.
At sinabing po ni Sian Gaza na isa palang peke ang Mayaman Challenge. Renta lamang ang mga kagamitan at wala silang pinamamahagi. Well, mga kahombre ko, for Zian Gaza's comment na ito, hindi po ako naniniwala sa part na yan, mga kahombre ko. Bakit kamo? Kasi totoo po na namigay siya. Rice Emperor siya for something. Totoo na namahagi siya ng mga pagkain ng ating mga kababayan na
Ano
nangangailangan.
pa talaga scam na execute nila nitong investment scam syndicate? Bakit sila nakipag-kutsaba dito sa DDS, Mr. DDS pages? At bakit nila ginamit ang Francis Leo Marcos? Ano yung benefit nila? Ano ba pakinabangan nila? What is the scam behind this? The scam behind this is the moment na ma-build na nila si Francis Leo Marcos as a philanthropic icon, as a philanthropist, na isang mayaman na tao na tulong ng tulong, doon na sila mag-i-start kumuha ng mga donations online mula sa mga OFWs. Kung baga, ang ginawa nila, pinuntiryan nila yung masa na madaling ma-sway. Hindi naman, especially kung DDS ito, madaling ma-sway, pinuntiryan nila to para magkaroon siya ngayon ng matindi. Alam mo naman pag DDS talagang solid dyan kahit ano mangyari hanggang kamatayan, DDS kami. Tama? Ganyan sila eh. Kaya ngayon na sinuporta na sa FLM, nagkaroon siya ngayon ng foundation. Okay, sa FLM, nagkaroon siya ng foundation. Ito na yung mga solid followers na nagsuswing na ngayon yung public. At itong mga middle class na unti-unti nang humahanga sa mga good deeds niya sa philanthropist, ito na ngayon yung peperahan ng investment scam syndicate at mag-execute sila with different Facebook groups, different website, etc. Nakukuha to ng mga donation. Actually, nakapag-start na sila 3 weeks ago. Ang dami ng OFWs, nakalikom na rin silang milyon. Imagine that. Believing that this Francis Leo Marcos is a philanthropist, okay, and they want to support the cause in helping the poor Filipinos in these trying times, in this COVID-19 pandemic period, okay, nang inagdodonate ng mga tao. And dapat ang next na gagawin pa nila is magtatayo na sila ng different charitable institutions and different foundations na ang icon, ang nakafront pa rin is si Francis Leo Marcos. At itong mga institutions na to, charity foundations na to, ito yung kukuha ng marami pang donations na million donations mula sa mga company, etc. sa mga mayaman, donation. Tapos online din, okay? Online execution sa mga OFW and middle classes na gustong tumulong sa cause at napahanga na rin ni Francis Leo Marcos, bumilib na sila, kukuha rin ng donation. At yung milyon na donation na yun na dumadaan through different medium like this foundation na i-register nila ng site as non-profit organization, this blah blah brotherhood, this blah blah and all online, basta anything na makakakubra sila ng donation in the fastest way possible and also in the legal way. Okay, by incorporating it, maglalagay sila sa bangko ng 1 million, then they can take donations. Lahat yan, boom! That's the plan supposedly.
At ito mga kahombre ko, medyo totoo. Yung part na yan. Kasi ang dami pong lumalabas, no, na mga statements, na mga patunay, no, na literal na ini-scam ni FLM ang mga OFW. Yan daw po talaga ang target market nito ni FLM.
Pero, nasira lahat ng plano nila nung nahuli at naaresto si Francis Leo Marcos kamakailan. Sad, no?
At hindi daw natuloy ang kanilang mga plano nung siya ay naaresto noong May 19, 2020. Dahil sa NBI, huwag niyo kakalimutan na may mga vloggers din na sumusuporta big time kay FLM, mga kahombre ko. To the point na naglalabas sila ng mga fake news, etc. So, napakadelikado nito. Happy birthday! Bagong kaarawan, bagong talpakan. Meron o wala lang naman ang pipiliin nyo nasa link down below. Sa bisa ng warrant of arrest na inilabas ng Baguio Regional Trial Court, inaresto ng NBI si FLM sa kanyang tinatayang case. Ang pagkakadakip ay may kaugnayan sa kasong isinampa sa kanya ng Optometrist Association of the Philippines. Tandaan nyo, di ba? Kung naalala nyo, namimigay siya ng libreng mga salamin, di ba? Batay sa reklamo, lumabag ito sa optometry law matapos mamigay ng salamin na walang pahintulot mula sa Philippine Association of Optometrists.
Demanda ko tayo ng mga optical clinic sa Baguio dahil sila ko'y walang kinikita. At tayo nagbibigay ng libreng salamin sa mga tao. 2010 pa ho yan.
Bakit daw kayo kinusuhan, sir?
Ay, wala nga ho silang kinikita.
So actually, hindi ko rin alam, no, kung sobrang pangit ba ng ginawa niya na to, no? Parang okay naman kasi nakatulong din, no? Nung gumagana tong tulong na ito, nakatulong po siya sa maraming mamamayan. Well, para sa akin, itong part na to, yes. Sa nangyari pag-aresto kay FLM, napagkaalaman ding may iba't ibang warrant of arrest pa palang nakapila kay FLM para sa mga kasong estafa, vowsy at human trafficking. Oh my God, matitindi po itong mga kaso na to, mga kahombre ko, nakapila yan, no? Itinanggi naman ito ni FLM sa dulo at sinabing na pag-iinitan lamang ito dahil sa paggawa niya ng Mayaman Challenge. Nakulong po yan, mga kahombre ko, ng medyo matagal na panahon. I don't think na ang isang mamamayan na kayang patunayan ang sarili niya, no, na siya ay legit or whatsoever, o wala siyang kasalanan, tuluyang makukulong na matagal na panahon. Taong 2013, nagawan tumakbo ni FLM sa Senado sa edad na 33. Ngunit dito tinanggap sa kadahilan ng 35 ang edad na kailangan sa pagtakbo sa posisyon na yun. Nagawa naman muling tumakbo ni FLM noong 2022. Ngunit idiniklara siyang nuisance candidate. Sa kabutihang palad, pumayag na po ang COMELEC na ito ay tumakbo. Ayun nga lang, sa dulo, ang na-achieve lamang niya ay 27th place na merong 4.5 million votes. Actually, napakarami pa rin doon, mga kaombre ko. 4.5 million votes. That's a lot. Taong 2025 naman, ay muling tumakbo si FLM at pinetisyon na namang isang nuisance candidate ito. At this time, ay tinanggap na ito ng COMELEC at dinisqualify siya. Nakatanggap naman ng TRO si FLM galing sa Supreme Court upang matuloy ang kanyang pagtakbo. Ngunit, sa kasamaang palad, ay officially nag-withdraw na ito for financial reasons.
Chairman, formal kong
Ibinibigay sa'yo yung withdrawal of candidacy ko. This is it. Ayan, pirmado ko yan. Walang ano sa akin. Isa pang dahilan kung bakit ko binibidro yung candidacy ko para bigyan ng daan yung kandidatura ni Senator Amy Marcos.
May isang netizen ang naghayag ng mga katotohanan daw ukol kay FLM, mga kahombre ko. This is very low. Found this on a shared post in FB, so I'm not sure if this is 100% legit. Francis Leo Marcos' real name is Norman Mangusi. He is not an owner of any property inside Green Meadow. He is renting only as a co-tenant in the 3 houses they are renting. He has just been renting for about a month. His co-tenant is the principal tenant and not him. They are renting a house along Swallow Drive where he is staying, a house at Nightingale Street, and other house along Flicker Street. One of these 3 houses is still under construction. He is simply a front of one Chinese guy who is also renting a house inside the village, who is being given a difficult and a hard time by the homeowners due to his illegal activities and businesses. And so, this Chinese businessman is the big boss of Francis Leo Marcos, whose real name is Norman Mangusin. This Chinese big boss of Norman earned the ire of the homeowners association, and so he let loose this FLM to do damage to the Green Meadows homeowners. This without knowing that the homeowners have 2 chat groups whereby they have already collected and distributed individually and collectively to the frontliners and different charitable institutions, and directly to the poor and depressed area even before the lockdown. Such initiatives are still ongoing until this time. FLM was arrested in 2016 on charges of estafa and is only out on bail, and is currently evading the law by renting a property inside Green Meadows, where enforcers of the law cannot just come inside the village without first coordination with the admin and security. If you have 3 rented properties inside, then it is easy to evade the arresting officers. Wow. The charge of estafa emanated from the different complaints filed against him in Mindanao, where he used the name Francis Leo Antonio Marcos and pretended to be the son of the late Ferdinand Marcos and Remedios Antonio. In a letter addressed to NBI Director, July 8, 2019, the office of Imelda Marcos requested the NBI to investigate a certain FLM, who according to the letter of Imelda Marcos has claimed that he is the son of Dr. Pacifico Marcos, the brother of my late husband, and that he has been chosen by the Marcos family as the custodian of alleged wealth, which we are not in possession of. He uses my photographs on social media after photo opportunities and has produced a film positioning him as a signatory to the world's wealth. He targets wealthy Chinese businessmen who want to do business in the Philippines and attracts them through charitable causes. Wow. His Chinese big boss name is Bernard Chong. If you have watched in one of his uploaded videos in his YouTube channel, you would have probably seen the plate number of the white Audi car as BRN01, which is associated with the nickname Bern in their circle. Beware of his magnanimity. He came to Green Meadows not knowing the culture of homeowners there. He could have just simply helped if he knew the residents inside. Then he would probably have known that those residents do not announce their donations and ways of giving. Panggap pa more. So ayan, mga kahombre ko, ay sulat ukol sa isang literal na resident sa Green Meadows. Ano ba ang nakikita mo kay FLM? Isa siyang napakawagang pangalan sa social media na ang dami-daming tinatago. I am here to do those reasons. Kung meron man kayong maitutulong, message lang ako sa Facebook page para lumawak ang ating kaalamang lahat sa ginagawa pa ni FLM. Wala. Ipakitos.
Mga putang ina mo kayo.
Call you the godfather of AI. So what would you be saying to people about their career prospects in a world of superintelligence?
Trained to be a plumber.
Really?
Yeah.
Geoffrey Hinton is the Nobel Prize-winning pioneer whose groundbreaking work has shaped AI
And the future of humanity.
Why do they call you the godfather of AI?
Because there weren't many people who believed that we could model AI on the brain so that it learned to do complicated things, like recognize objects, images, or even do reasoning. I pushed that approach for 50 years. And then Google acquired that technology, and I worked there for 10 years on something that's now used all the time in AI.
And then you left?
Yeah.
Why?
So that I could talk freely at a conference.
What did you want to talk about freely?
How dangerous AI could be. I realized that these people one day get smarter than us, and we've never had to deal with that. And if you want to know what life's like when you're not the apex intelligence, ask a chicken. So there's risks that come from people misusing AI, and then there's AI getting super smart and deciding it doesn't need us.
Is that a real risk?
Yes, it is. But they're not going to stop it because it's too many things.
What about regulations?
They have some, but they're not designed to deal with most of the things. The European regulations have a clause that says these apply to military uses of AI.
Really?
Yeah, it's crazy.
One of your students left OpenAI.
He was probably the most important person behind the development of the early versions of ChatGPT. And I think he left because he had safety concerns. We should recognize that this stuff is an existential threat. And we have to face the possibility that unless we do something soon, we're near the end.
So let's be the risks of what we end up doing in such a world. This has always blown me away a little bit. 53% of you that listen to this show regularly haven't yet subscribed to the show. So could I ask you for a favour before we start? If you like the show and you like what we do here and you want to support us, the free, simple way that you can do just that is by hitting the subscribe button. And my commitment to you is if you do that, then I'll do everything in my power, me and my team, to make sure that this show is better for you every single week. We'll listen to your feedback, we'll find the guests that you want me to speak to, and we'll continue to do what we do. Thank you so much. Geoffrey Hinton, they call you the godfather of AI.
Yes, they do.
Why do they call you that?
There weren't that many people who believed that we could make neural networks work, artificial neural networks. So for a long time in AI, from the 1950s onwards, there were kind of two ideas about how to do AI. One idea was that sort of core of human intelligence was reasoning. And to do reasoning, you needed to use some form of logic. And so AI had to be based around logic. And in your head, you must have something like symbolic expressions that you manipulated with rules. And that's how intelligence worked. And things like learning or reasoning by analogy, they'd all come later once we've figured out how basic reasoning works. There was a different approach, which is to say, let's model AI on the brain, because obviously the brain makes us intelligent. So simulate a network of brain cells on a computer and try and figure out how you would learn strengths of connections between brain cells so that it learned to do complicated things, like recognize objects and images, or recognize speech, or even do reasoning. I pushed that approach for like 50 years. Because so few people believed in it, there weren't many good universities that had groups that did that. So if you did that, the best young students who believed in that came and worked with you. So I was very fortunate in getting a whole lot of really good students.
Some of which have gone on to create and play an instrumental role in creating platforms like OpenAI.
Yes, so Ilya Sutskever would be a nice example, a whole bunch of them.
Why did you believe that modelling it off the brain was a more effective approach?
It wasn't just me believed it. Early on, von Neumann believed it, and Turing believed it. And if either of those had lived, I think AI would have had a very different history. But they both died young.
You think AI would have been here sooner?
I think the neural net approach would have been accepted much sooner if either of them had lived.
In this season of your life, what mission are you on?
My main mission now is to warn people how dangerous AI could be.
Did you know that when you became the godfather of AI?
No, not really. I was quite slow to understand some of the risks. Some of the risks were always very obvious, like people would use AI to make autonomous lethal weapons. That is, things that go around deciding by themselves who to kill. Other risks, like the idea that they would one day get smarter than us and maybe would become irrelevant, I was slow to recognize that. Other people recognized it 20 years ago. I only recognized it a few years ago that that was a real risk that might be coming quite soon.
How could you not have foreseen that if with everything you know here about cracking the ability for these computers to learn similar to how humans learn, and just introducing any rate of improvement,
It's a very good question. How could you not have seen that? But remember, neural networks 20, 30 years ago were very primitive in what they could do. They were nowhere near as good as humans, but things like vision and language and speech recognition. The idea that you have to now worry about it getting smarter than people, that seems silly then.
When did that change?
It changed for the general population when ChatGPT came out. It changed for me when I realized that the kinds of digital intelligences we're making have something that makes them far superior to the kind of biological intelligence we have. If I want to share information with you, so I go off and I learn something, and I'd like to tell you what I learned. So I produce some sentences. This is a rather simplistic model, but roughly right. Your brain is trying to figure out, how can I change the strengths of connections between neurons so I might have put that word next? And so you'll do a lot of learning when a very surprising word comes, and not much learning when it's a very obvious word. If I say fish and chips, you don't do much learning when I say chips. But if I say fish and cucumber, you do a lot more learning. You wonder, why did I say cucumber? So that's roughly what's going on in your brain.
I'm predicting what's coming next.
That's how we think it's working. Nobody really knows for sure how the brain works, and nobody knows how it gets the information about whether you should increase the strength of a connection or decrease the strength of a connection. That's the crucial thing. But what we do know now from AI is that if you could get information about whether to increase or decrease the connection strength so as to do better at whatever task you're trying to do, then we could learn incredible things, because that's what we're doing now with artificial neural nets. It's just we don't know for real brains how they get that signal about whether to increase or decrease.
As we sit here today, what are the big concerns you have around safety of AI? If we were to list the top couple that are really front of mind and that we should be thinking about.
Can I have more than a couple?
Go ahead. I'll write them all down and we'll go through them.
Okay, first of all, I want to make a distinction between two completely different kinds of risk. There's risks that come from people misusing AI.
Yeah.
And that's most of the risks and all of the short-term risks. And then there's risks that come from AI getting super smart and deciding it doesn't need us.
Is that a real risk?
And I talk mainly about that second risk because lots of people say, is that a real risk? Mm-hmm. And yes, it is. Now, we don't know how much of a risk it is. We've never been in that situation before. We've never had to deal with things smarter than us. So really the thing about that existential threat is that we have no idea how to deal with it. We have no idea what it's going to look like. And anybody who tells you they know just what's going to happen and how to deal with it, they're talking nonsense. So we don't know how to estimate the probabilities it'll replace us. Some people say it's like less than 1%. My friend Yann LeCun, who was a postdoc with me, thinks, no. We're always going to be, we build these things, we're always going to be in control. We'll build them to be obedient. And other people, like Yudkowsky, say, no, these things are going to wipe us out for sure. If anybody builds it, it's going to wipe us all out. And he's confident of that. I think both of those positions are extreme. It's very hard to estimate the probabilities in between.
If you had to bet on who was right out of your two friends?
I simply don't know. So if I had to bet, I'd say the probabilities in between, and I don't know where to estimate it in between. I often say 10 to 20% chance they'll wipe us out, but that's just gut, based on the idea that we're still making them, and we're pretty ingenious, and the hope is that if enough smart people do enough research with enough resources, we'll figure out a way to build them so they'll never want to harm us.
Sometimes I think if we talk about that second path, sometimes I think about nuclear bombs and the invention of the atomic bomb and how it compares. Like, how is this different? Because the atomic bomb came along and I imagine a lot of people at that time thought our days are numbered.
Yes, I was there. We did.
Yeah, but we're still here.
We're still here, yes. So the atomic bomb was really only good for one thing, and it was very obvious how it worked. Even if you hadn't had the pictures of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, it was obvious that it was a very big bomb that was very dangerous. With AI, it's good for many, many things. It's going to be magnificent in healthcare and education, and more or less any industry that needs to use its data is going to be able to use it better with AI. So we're not going to stop the development. You know, people say, well, why don't we just stop it now? We're not going to stop it because it's too good for too many things. Also, we're not going to stop it because it's good for battle robots, and none of the countries that sell weapons are going to want to stop it. Like the European regulations, they have some regulations about AI, and it's good they have some regulations, but they're not designed to deal with most of the threats. And in particular, the European regulations have a clause in them that say none of these regulations apply to military uses of AI. So governments are willing to regulate companies and people, but they're not willing to regulate themselves.
It seems pretty crazy to me that I go back and forward, but if Europe has a regulation but the rest of the world doesn't, aren't we
Yes,
just
puts
putting
them at a
ourselves
competitive disadvantage.
Yeah,
So-
and we're seeing this already. I don't think people realize that when OpenAI release a new model or a new piece of software in America, they can't release it to Europe yet because of regulations here. So Sam Altman tweeted saying, our new AI agent thing is available to everybody, but can't come to Europe yet because there's regulations.
Yes.
What does that do? That gives us a productivity disadvantage?
Yes.
Like,
What we need is, I mean, at this point in history, when we're about to produce things more intelligent than ourselves, what we really need is a kind of world government that works, run by intelligent, thoughtful people. And that's not what we got.
so, free for all.
Well, what we've got is sort of, we've got capitalism, which is done very nicely by us. It's produced lots of goods and services for us. But these big companies, they're legally required to try and maximize profits. And that's not what you want from the people developing this stuff.
So let's do the risks then. You talked about there's human risks and then there's...
So I've distinguished these two kinds of risk.
Yep.
Let's talk about all the risks from bad human actors using AI. There's cyber attacks. So between 2023 and 2024, they increased by about a factor of 1200%. And that's probably because these large language models make it much easier to do phishing attacks.
And a phishing attack, for anyone that doesn't know, is...
They send you something saying, hi, I'm your friend John, and I'm stuck in El Salvador. Could you just wire this money? That's one kind of attack.
Yeah.
But the phishing attacks are really trying to get your logon credentials.
And now with AI, they can clone my voice, my image.
They can do all that.
I'm struggling at the moment because there's a bunch of AI scams on X and also Meta. And there's one in particular on Meta, so Instagram, Facebook at the moment, which is a paid advert where they've taken my voice from the podcast, they've taken my mannerisms, and they've made a new video of me encouraging people to go and take part in this crypto Ponzi scam or whatever. And we've been, we spent weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks on end emailing Meta, telling please take this down. They take it down, another one pops up. They take that one down, another one pops up. So it's like whack-a-mole.
Yes,
and then
very annoying.
the heartbreaking part is you get the messages from people that have fallen for the scam, and
Right.
they've lost £500 or $500.
And they're cross with you because you recommended it.
And I'm sad for them.
It's very annoying.
Yeah.
I have a smaller version of that, which is some people now publish papers with me as one of the authors.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like it's in order that they can get lots of citations to themselves.
So cyber attacks, a very real threat. There's been an explosion of
Yes.
those.
And these already, obviously AI is very patient, so they can go through 100 million lines of code looking for known ways of attacking them. That's easy to do. But they're going to get more creative. And some people believe, some people who know a lot believe that maybe by 2030, they'll be creating new kinds of cyber attacks, which no person ever thought of. So that's very worrisome.
Because they can think for themselves and
They
discover
can think
new
for
ways to
themselves.
attack.
They can draw new conclusions from much more data than a person ever saw.
Is there anything you're doing to protect yourself from cyber attacks at all?
Yes. It's one of the few places where I changed what I do radically because I'm scared of cyber attacks. Canadian banks are extremely safe. In 2008, no Canadian banks came anywhere near going bust. So they're very safe banks because they're well regulated, fairly well regulated. Nevertheless, I think a cyber attack might be able to bring down a bank. Now, if you have all my savings are in shares in banks, held by banks. So if the bank gets attacked and it holds your shares, they're still your shares. And so I think you'd be okay unless the attacker sells the shares, because the bank can sell the shares. If the attacker sells your shares, I think you're screwed. I don't know. I mean, maybe the bank would have to try and reimburse you, but the bank's bust by now, right? So I'm worried about a Canadian bank being taken down by a cyber attack and the attacker selling shares that it holds. So I spread my money, my children's money, between 3 banks, in the belief that if a cyber attack takes down one Canadian bank, the other Canadian banks will very quickly get very careful.
And do you have a phone that's not connected to the internet? Do you have any, like, I'm thinking about storing data and stuff like that. Do you think it's wise to consider having cold storage?
I have a little disk drive and I back up my laptop on this hard drive. So I actually have everything on my laptop on a hard drive. At least, if the whole internet went down, I had the sense I still got it on my laptop and I still got my information. Okay. Then the next thing is using AIs to create nasty viruses.
Okay.
And the problem with that is that just requires one crazy guy with a grudge. One guy who knows a little bit of molecular biology, knows a lot about AI, and just wants to destroy the world. You can now create new viruses relatively cheaply using AI. And you don't have to be a very skilled molecular biologist to do it. And that's very scary. So you could have a small cult, for example. A small cult might be able to raise a few $1 million. For a few $1 million, they might be able to design a whole bunch of viruses.
Well, I'm thinking about some of our foreign adversaries doing government-funded programs. I mean, there was lots of talk around COVID and the Wuhan laboratory and what they were doing in gain-of-function research. But I'm wondering if in, a China or a Russia or an Iran or something, the government could fund a program for a small group of scientists to make a virus that they could,
I think they could, yes. Now, they'd be worried about retaliation. They'd be worried about other governments doing the same to them. Hopefully that would help keep it under control. They might also be worried about the virus spreading to their country.
Okay.
Then there's corrupting elections.
Okay.
So if you wanted to use AI to corrupt elections, a very effective thing is to be able to do targeted political advertisements where you know a lot about the person. So anybody who wanted to use AI for corrupting elections would try and get as much data as they could about everybody in the electorate. With that in mind, it's a bit worrying what Musk is doing at present in the States, going in and insisting on getting access to all these things that were very carefully siloed. The claim is it's to make things more efficient, but it's exactly what you would want if you intended to corrupt the next election.
How do you mean? Could you get all this data on the
You get all this data on people.
Yeah.
You know how much they make, where they live. You know everything about them. Once you know that, it's very easy to manipulate.
Because you can make an AI that...
You can send messages that they'll find very convincing, telling them not to vote, for example. So I have no reason other than common sense to think this, but I wouldn't be surprised if part of the motivation of getting all this data from American government sources is to corrupt elections. Another part might be that it's very nice training data for a big model.
But he would have to be taking that data from the government and feeding it into his...
Yes, and what they've done is turned off lots of the security controls, got rid of some of the organization to protect against that.
So that's corrupting elections.
Okay, then there's creating these 2 echo chambers by organizations like YouTube and Facebook, showing people things that will make them indignant. People love to be indignant.
Indignant as in angry? Or what does indignant mean?
Feeling I'm sort of angry but feeling righteous.
Okay.
So, for example, if you were to show me something that said, Trump did this crazy thing, here's a video of Trump doing this completely crazy thing, I would immediately click on it.
Yeah. Okay, so putting us in echo chambers and dividing us.
Yes, and that's the policy that YouTube and Facebook and others use for deciding what to show you next is causing that. If they had a policy of showing you balanced things, they wouldn't get so many clicks and they wouldn't be able to sell so many advertisements. And so it's basically the profit motive is saying, show them whatever will make them click. And what will make them click is things that are more and more extreme.
And that confirmed my existing bias.
And that confirm my existing bias. So you're getting your biases confirmed all the time.
Further and further and further
Yeah.
and further, which
Yeah.
means you're driving
Which
away
is now
from
there's
people.
in the States there's two communities that don't hardly talk to each other.
I'm not sure people realize that this is actually happening every time they open an app. But if you go on a TikTok or a YouTube or one of these big social networks, the algorithm, as you said, is designed to show you more of the things that you had interest in last time. So if you just play that out over 10 years, it's going to drive you further and further and further into whatever ideology or belief you have, and further away from nuance and common sense and parity, which is a pretty remarkable thing that I like people don't know it's happening. They just open their phones and experience something and think this is the news or the experience everyone else is having.
Right. So basically, if you have a newspaper and everybody gets the same newspaper,
Yeah.
you get to see all sorts of things you weren't looking for. And you get a sense that if it's in the newspaper, it's an important thing or significant thing. But if you have your own news feed, my news feed on my iPhone, 3/4 of the stories are about AI. And I find it very hard to know if the whole world's talking about AI all the time or if it's just my news feed.
Okay, so driving me into my echo chambers, which is going to continue to divide us further and further. I'm actually noticing that the algorithms are becoming even more, what's the word? Tailored. And people might go, oh, that's great. But what it means is they're becoming even more personalized, which means that my reality is becoming even further from your reality.
Yeah, it's crazy. We don't have a shared reality anymore. I share reality with other people who watch the BBC and other BBC News and other people who read The Guardian and other people who read the New York Times. I have almost no shared reality with people who watch Fox News.
It's pretty,
It's worrisome.
Yeah.
Behind all this is the idea that these companies just want to make profit, and they'll do whatever it takes to make more profit.
Because they have to.
They're legally obliged to do that.
So we almost can't blame the company, can we?
Well, capitalism's done very well for us. It's produced lots of goodies.
Yeah.
But you need to have it very well regulated. So what you really want is to have rules so that when some company is trying to make as much profit as possible, in order to make that profit, they have to do things that are good for people in general, not things that are bad for people in general. So once you get to a situation where in order to make more profit, the company starts doing things that are very bad for society, like showing you things that are more and more extreme, that's what regulations are for. So you need regulations with capitalism. Now, companies will always say regulations get in the way, make us less efficient, and that's true. The whole point of regulations is to stop them doing things to make profit that hurt society. And we need strong regulation.
Who's going to decide whether it hurts society or not? Because,
That's the job of politicians. Unfortunately, if the politicians are owned by the companies, that's not so good.
And also the politicians might not understand the technology. You've probably seen the Senate hearings where they wheel out, Mark Zuckerberg and these big tech CEOs. And it is quite embarrassing because they're asking the wrong questions.
Well, I've seen the video of the US Education Secretary talking about how they're going to get AI in the classrooms, except she thought it was called A1. She's actually there saying we're going to have all the kids interacting with A1.
There's a school system that's going to start making sure that first graders or even pre-Ks have A1 teaching, every year starting, that far down in the grades. And that's just that's a wonderful thing.
And these are the people that...
These are the people in charge.
Ultimately, the tech companies are in charge because they will outsmart.
The tech companies in the States now, at least a few weeks ago when I was there, they were running an advertisement about how it was very important not to regulate AI because it would hurt us in the competition with China.
Yeah. And that's a plausible argument, no?
Yes, it will. But you have to decide, do you want to compete with China by doing things that will do a lot of harm to your society? And you probably don't.
I guess they would say that it's not just China, it's Denmark and Australia and Canada and the UK.
They're not so worried about.
And Germany. But if they kneecap themselves with regulation, if they slowed themselves down, then the founders, the entrepreneurs, the investors are going to go
I think
invest.
calling it kneecapping is taking a particular point of view. It's taking the point of view that regulations are sort of very harmful what you need to do is just constrain the big companies so that in order to make profit, they have to do things that are socially useful. Like Google Search is a great example. That didn't need regulation because it just made information available to people. It was great. But then if you take YouTube, where it starts showing you adverts and showing you more and more extreme things, that needs regulation.
But we don't have the people to regulate it, as we've identified.
I think people know pretty well that particular problem of showing you more and more extreme things. That's a well-known problem that the politicians understand. They just need to get on and regulate it.
So that was the next point, which was that the algorithms are going to drive us further into our echo chambers.
Right.
What's next?
Lethal autonomous weapons.
Lethal autonomous weapons.
That means things that can kill you and make their own decision about whether to kill you.
Which is the great dream, I guess, of the military-industrial complex, of being able to create such weapons.
So the worst thing about them is big, powerful countries always have the ability to invade smaller, poorer countries. They're just more powerful. But if you do that using actual soldiers, you get bodies coming back in bags, and the relatives of the soldiers who were killed don't like it. So you get something like Vietnam. In the end, there's a lot of protest at home. If instead of bodies coming back in bags, it was dead robots, there'd be much less protest, and the military-industrial complex would like it much more, because robots are expensive. And suppose you had something that could get killed and was expensive to replace. That would be just great. Big countries can invade small countries much more easily because they don't have their soldiers being killed.
And the risk here is that these robots will malfunction, or they'll just be...
No, that's even if the robots do exactly what the people who built the robots want them to do, the risk is that it's going to make big countries invade small countries more often. Yeah, and it's not a nice thing to do.
So it brings down the friction of war.
It brings down the cost of doing an invasion.
And these machines will be smarter at warfare as well, so they'll be
Well,
better.
even when the machines aren't smarter. So the lethal autonomous weapons, they can make them now, and I think all the big defense departments are busy making them. Even if they're not smarter than people, they're still very nasty, scary things.
Because I'm thinking that, they could show just a picture, go get this guy.
Yeah.
And go take out anyone he's been texting. And this little wasp.
So 2 days ago, I was visiting a friend of mine in Sussex who had a drone that cost less than £200. And the drone went up. It took a good look at me, and then it could follow me through the woods. And it was very spooky having this drone. It was about 2 meters behind me. It was looking at me. And if I moved over there, it could just track me for £200. But it was already quite spooky.
Yeah, and I imagine there's, as you say, a race going on as we speak to who can build the most complex autonomous weapons. There is a risk, I often hear, that some of these things will combine and the cyber attack will release weapons.
Sure. You can get combinatorially many risks by combining these other risks. So, I mean, for example, you could get a super intelligent AI that decides to get rid of people. And the obvious way to do that is just to make one of these nasty viruses. If you made a virus that was very contagious, very lethal, and very slow, everybody would have it before they realized what was happening. I mean, I think if a superintelligence wanted to get rid of us, it will probably go for something biological like that wouldn't affect it.
Do you not think it could just very quickly turn us against each other? For example, it could send a warning on the nuclear systems in America that there's a nuclear bomb coming from Russia, or vice versa, and one retaliates.
Yeah, I mean, my basic view is there's so many ways in which a superintelligence could get rid of us, it's not worth speculating about them.
What is to stop?
What you have to do is prevent it ever wanting to. That's what we should be doing research on. There's no way we're going to prevent it from... It's smarter than us, right? There's no way we're going to prevent it getting rid of us if it wants to. We're not used to thinking about things smarter than us. If you want to know what life's like when you're not the apex intelligence, ask a chicken.
Yeah, I was thinking of my dog Pablo, my French bulldog, this morning as I left home. He has no idea where I'm going. He has no idea what I do.
Right.
Can't even talk to him.
Yeah. And the intelligence gap will be like that.
So you're telling me that if I'm Pablo, my French bulldog, I need to figure out a way to make my owner not wipe me out.
Yeah. So we have one example of that, which is mothers and babies. Evolution put a lot of work into that. Mothers are smarter than babies, but babies are in control. And they're in control because the mother just can't bear lots of hormones and things, but the mother just can't bear the sound of the baby crying.
Not all mothers.
Not all mothers. And then the baby's not in control and then bad things happen. We somehow need to figure out how to make them not want to take over. The analogy I often use is, forget about intelligence, just think about physical strength. Suppose you have a nice little tiger cub. It's sort of a bit bigger than a cat. It's really cute. It's very cuddly, very interesting to watch. Except that you better be sure that when it grows up, it never wants to kill you. Because if it ever wanted to kill you, you'd be dead in a few seconds.
And you're saying the AI we have now is the tiger cub?
Yep.
And it's growing up?
Yep.
So we need to train it when it's a baby.
Well, now a tiger has lots of innate stuff built in, so you know when it grows up, it's not a safe thing to have around.
But lions, people that have lions as pets,
yes,
sometimes the lion is affectionate to its creator, but not to others.
Yes. And we don't know whether these AIs... We simply don't know whether we can make them not want to take over and not want to hurt us.
Do you think we can? Do you think it's possible to train superintelligence?
I don't think it's clear that we can, so I think it might be hopeless. But I also think we might be able to. And it'd be sort of crazy if people went extinct because we couldn't be bothered to try.
If that's even a possibility, how do you feel about your life's work? Because you were...
Yeah. It sort of takes the edge off it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the idea is going to be wonderful in healthcare and wonderful in education and wonderful... I mean, it's going to make call centres much more efficient, though one worries a bit about what the people who are doing that job now do. It makes me sad. I don't feel particularly guilty about developing AI like 40 years ago, because at that time we had no idea that this stuff was going to happen this fast. We thought we had plenty of time to worry about things like that. When you can't get the AI to do much and you want to get it to do a little bit more, you don't worry about this stupid little thing is going to take over from people. You just want it to be able to do a little bit more of the things people can do. It's not like I knowingly did something thinking, this might wipe us all out, but I'm going to do it anyway. Mm-hmm. But it is a bit sad that it's not just going to be something for good. So I feel I have a duty now to talk about the risks.
And if you could play it forward and you could go forward 30, 50 years and you found out that it led to the extinction of humanity, and if that does end up being the outcome.
Well, if you played it forward and it led to the extinction of humanity, I would use that to tell people, to tell their governments that we really have to work on how we're going to keep this stuff under control. I think we need people to tell governments that governments have to force the companies to use their resources to work on safety. And they're not doing much of that because you don't make profits that way.
One of your students we talked about earlier, Ilya?
Yep.
Ilya left OpenAI.
Yep.
And there was lots of conversation around the fact that he left because he had safety concerns.
Yes.
And he's gone on to set up a AI safety company.
Yes.
Why do you think he left?
I think he left because he had safety concerns.
Really?
I still have lunch with him from time to time.
Oh, okay.
His parents live in Toronto. When he comes to Toronto, we have lunch together. He doesn't talk to me about what went on at OpenAI, so I have no inside information about that. But I know Ilya very well, and he is genuinely concerned with safety. So I think that's why he left.
Because he was one of the top people. I mean, he was
probably the most important person behind the development of ChatGPT. The early versions like GPT-2, he was very important in the development of that.
You know him personally, so you know his character.
Yes, he has a good moral compass. He's not like someone like Musk who has no moral compass.
Does Sam Altman have a good moral compass?
We'll see. I don't know Sam, so I don't want to comment on that.
But from what you've seen, are you concerned about the actions that they've taken? Because if you know Ilya, and Ilya's a good guy and he's left.
That would give you some insight, yes. It'll give you some reason to believe that there's a problem there. And if you look at Sam's statements some years ago, he sort of happily said in one interview, this stuff will probably kill us all. That's not exactly what he said, but that's what it amounted to. Now he's saying you don't need to worry too much about it. And I suspect that's not driven by seeking after the truth. That's driven by seeking after money.
Is it money or is it power?
Yeah, I shouldn't have said money. It's some combination of those, yes.
Okay, I guess money's a proxy for power, but I've got a friend who's a billionaire, and he is in those circles. And when I went to his house and had lunch with him one day, he knows lots of people in AI, building the biggest AI companies in the world. And he gave me a cautionary warning across his kitchen table in London, where he gave me an insight into the private conversations these people have, not the media interviews they do where they talk about safety and all these things, but actually what some of these individuals think is going to happen.
And what do they think is going to happen?
It's not what they say publicly.
No.
You know, one person who I shouldn't name, who's leading one of the biggest AI companies in the world, he told me that he knows this person very well, and he privately thinks that we're heading towards this kind of dystopian world where we have just huge amounts of free time, we don't work anymore, and this person doesn't really give a fuck about the harm that it's going to have on the world. And this person, who I'm referring to, is building one of the biggest AI companies in the world. And I then watch this person's interviews online.
Trying to figure out which of three people it is.
Yeah, well, it's one of those three people.
Okay.
And I watch this person's interviews online, and I reflect on the conversation that my billionaire friend had with me, who knows him, and I go, fucking hell, this guy's lying publicly. Like, he's not telling the truth to the world. And that's haunted me a little bit. It's part of the reason I have so many conversations around AI on this podcast, because I'm like, I don't know if I think some of them are a little bit sadistic about power. And I think they like the idea that they will change the world, that they will be the one that fundamentally shifts the world.
I think Musk is clearly like that, right?
He's such a complex character that I don't really know how to place Musk.
He's done some really good things, like pushing electric cars. That was a really good thing to do.
Yeah.
Some of the things he said about self-driving were a bit exaggerated, but that was a really useful thing he did. Giving the Ukrainians communication during the war with Russia.
Starlink,
that was a really good thing. There's a bunch of things like that. But he's also done some very bad things.
So coming back to this point of the possibility of destruction and the motives of these big companies, are you at all hopeful that anything can be done to slow down the pace and acceleration of AI?
Okay, there's two issues. One is, can you slow it down?
Yeah.
And the other is, can you make it so it will be safe in the end? It won't wipe us all out. I don't believe we're going to slow it down.
Yeah.
And the reason I don't believe we're going to slow it down is because there's competition between countries and competition between companies within a country, and all of that is making it go faster and faster. And if the US slowed it down, China wouldn't slow it down.
Does Ilya think it's possible to make AI safe?
I think he does. He won't tell me what his secret source is. I'm not sure how many people know what his secret source is. I think a lot of the investors don't know what his secret source is, but they've given him billions of dollars anyway, because they have so much faith in Ilya, which isn't foolish. I mean, he was very important in AlexNet, which got object recognition working well. He was the main force behind the things like GPT-2, which then led to ChatGPT. So I think having a lot of faith in Ilya is a very reasonable decision.
There's something quite haunting about the guy that made and was the main force behind GPT-2, which led rise to this whole revolution, left the company because of safety reasons. He knows something that I don't know about what might happen next.
Well, the company had... No, I don't know the precise details, but I'm fairly sure the company had indicated that it would use a significant fraction of its resources of the compute time for doing safety research. And then it reduced that fraction. I think that's one of the things that happened.
Yeah, that was reported publicly.
Yes.
Yeah. We'd gotten to the autonomous weapons part of the risk.
Right. So the next one is joblessness.
Yeah.
In the past, new technologies have come in which didn't lead to joblessness. New jobs were created. So the classic example people use is automatic teller machines. When automatic teller machines came in, a lot of bank tellers didn't lose their jobs. They just got to do more interesting things. But here, I think this is more like when they got machines in the Industrial Revolution, and you can't have a job digging ditches now because a machine can dig ditches much better than you can. And I think for mundane intellectual labour, AI is just going to replace everybody. Now, it may well be in the form of you have fewer people using AI assistants. So it's a combination of a person and an AI assistant are now doing the work that 10 people could do previously.
People say that it will create new jobs, though, so we'll be fine.
Yes, and that's been the case for other technologies, but this is a very different kind of technology. If it can do all mundane human intellectual labour, then what new jobs is it going to create? You'd have to be very skilled to have a job that it couldn't just do. So I don't think they're right. I think you can try and generalise from other technologies that come in, like computers or automatic teller machines, but I think this is different.
People use this phrase, they say, AI won't take your job, a human using AI will take your job.
Yes, I think that's true. But for many jobs, that'll mean you need far fewer people. My niece answers letters of complaint to a health service. It used to take her 25 minutes. She'd read the complaint and she'd think how to reply and she'd write a letter. And now she just scans it into a chatbot and it writes the letter. She just checks the letter. Occasionally she tells it to revise it in some ways. The whole process takes her 5 minutes. That means she can answer 5 times as many letters. And that means they need 5 times fewer of her. So she can do the job that 5 of her used to do. Now, that will mean they need less people. In other jobs, like in healthcare, they're much more elastic. So if you could make doctors 5 times as efficient, we could all have 5 times as much healthcare for the same price. And that would be great. There's almost no limit to how much healthcare people can absorb. They always want more healthcare if there's no cost to it. There are jobs where you can make a person with an AI assistant much more efficient and you won't lead to less people because you'll just have much more of that being done. But most jobs, I think, are not like that.
Am I right in thinking the sort of Industrial Revolution played a role in replacing muscles?
Yes, exactly.
And this revolution in AI replaces intelligence, the brain?
Yeah. So mundane intellectual labour is like having strong muscles, and it's not worth much anymore.
So muscles have been replaced, now intelligence is being replaced.
Yeah.
So what remains?
Maybe for a while some kinds of creativity, but the whole idea of superintelligence is nothing remains. These things will get to be better than us at everything.
So what do we end up doing in such a world?
Well, if they work for us, we end up getting lots of goods and services for not much effort.
Okay, but that sounds tempting and nice, but I don't know, there's a cautionary tale in creating more and more ease for humans in it going badly.
Yes, and we need to figure out if we can make it go well. So the nice scenario is, imagine a company with a CEO who is very dumb, probably the son of the former CEO, and he has an executive assistant who's very smart, and he says, I think we should do this. And the executive assistant makes it all work. The CEO feels great. He doesn't understand that he's not really in control. And in some sense, he is in control. He suggests what the company should do. She just makes it all work. Everything's great. That's the good scenario.
And the bad scenario?
The bad scenario is she thinks, why do we need him?
Yeah. I mean, in a world where we have superintelligence, which you don't believe is that far away.
Yeah, I think it might not be that far away. It's very hard to predict, but I think we might get it in like 20 years or even less.
I made the biggest investment I've ever made in a company because of my girlfriend. I came home one night and my lovely girlfriend was up at 1 a.m. in the morning, pulling her hair out as she tried to piece together her own online store for her business. And in that moment, I remembered an email I'd had from a guy called John, the founder of Stan Store. our new sponsor and a company I've invested incredibly heavily in. And Standstore helps creators to sell digital products, courses, coaching, and memberships all through a simple, customizable link in bio system. And it handles everything: payments, bookings, emails, community engagement, and even links with Shopify. And I believe in it so much that I'm going to launch a Stan Challenge. And as part of this challenge, I'm going to give away $100,000 to one of you. If you want to take part in this challenge, if you want to monetize the knowledge that you have, visit stephenbartlett.stan.store to sign up. And you'll also get an extended 30-day free trial of Standstore if you use that link. Your next move could quite frankly change everything. Because I talked about ketosis on this podcast and ketones, a brand called Ketone IQ sent me their little product here. And it was on my desk when I got to the office. I picked it up, it sat on my desk for a couple of weeks, then one day I tried it. And honestly, I have not looked back ever since. I now have this everywhere I go. When I travel all around the world, it's in my hotel room, my team will put it there. Before I did the podcast recording today that I've just finished, I had a shot of Ketone IQ. And as is always the case, when I fall in love with a product, I called the CEO and asked if I could invest a couple of million quid into their company. So I'm now an investor in the company, as well as them being a brand sponsor. I find it so easy to drop into deep focused work when I've had one of these. I would love you to try one and see the impact it has on you, your focus, your productivity, and your endurance. So if you want to try it today, visit ketone.com/Stephen for 30% off your subscription. Plus, you'll receive a free gift with your second shipment. That's ketone.com/Stephen. I'm excited for you. I am. So what's the difference between what we have now and superintelligence? Because it seems to be really intelligent to me when I use like ChatGPT 3.0 or Gemini or...
Okay, so AI is already better than us at a lot of things. In particular areas, like chess, for example.
Yeah.
AI is so much better than us that people will never beat those things again. Maybe the occasional win, but basically they'll never be comparable again. Obviously the same in Go. In terms of the amount of knowledge they have, something like GPT-4 knows thousands of times more than you do. There's a few areas in which your knowledge is better than its, and in almost all areas it just knows more than you do.
What areas am I better than it?
Probably in interviewing CEOs. You're probably better at that. You've got a lot of experience at it. You're a good interviewer. You know a lot about it. If you got GPT-4 to interview a CEO, probably do a worse job.
Okay. I'm trying to think if I agree with that statement. GPT-4, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
But I guess you could train
But it may not
one.
be long before.
Yeah, I guess you could train one on this, how I ask questions and what I do. And
sure. And if you took a general purpose sort of foundation model, and then you trained it up on not just you, but every interviewer you could find doing interviews like this, but especially you, you'll probably get to be quite good at doing your job, but probably not as good as you for a while.
Okay, so there's a few areas left, and then superintelligence becomes when it's better than us at all things.
When it's much smarter than you, and at almost all things it's better than you, yeah.
And you say that this might be a decade away or so.
Yeah, it might be. It might be even closer. Some people think it's even closer. It might well be much further. It might be 50 years away. That's still a possibility. It might be that somehow training on human data limits you to not being much smarter than humans. My guess is between 10 and 20 years we'll have superintelligence.
On this point of joblessness, it's something that I've been thinking a lot about in particular because I started messing around with AI agents, and we released an episode on the podcast actually this morning where we had a debate about AI agents with a CEO of a big AI agent company and a few other people. And it was the first moment where it was another moment where I had a eureka moment about what the future might look like. When I was able in the interview to tell this agent to order all of us drinks, and then 5 minutes later in the interview, you see the guy show up with the drinks, and I didn't touch anything. I just told it to order us drinks to the studio.
And you didn't know about who you normally got your drinks from. It figured that out from the web.
Yeah, figured it out because it went on Uber Eats. It has my data, I guess. And we put it on the screen in real time so everyone at home could see the agent going through the internet, picking the drinks, adding a tip for the driver, putting my address in, putting my credit card details in, and then the next thing you see is the drinks show up. So that was one moment. And then the other moment was when I used a tool called Replit, and I built software by just telling the agent what I wanted.
Yes, it's amazing, right?
It's amazing and terrifying at the same time.
Yes.
Because
And if you can build software like that, right?
yeah,
Remember that the AI, when it's training, is using code. And if it can modify its own code, then it gets quite scary, right?
because it can modify
It can
itself.
change itself in a way we can't change ourselves. We can't change our innate endowment, right? There's nothing about itself that it couldn't change.
On this point of joblessness, you have kids.
I do.
And they have kids?
No.
They don't have kids, so no grandkids yet. What would you be saying to people about their career prospects in the world of superintelligence? What should we be thinking about?
In the meantime, I'd say it's going to be a long time before it's as good at physical manipulation as us.
Okay.
And so a good bet would be to be a plumber.
Until the humanoid robots show up. In such a world where there is mass joblessness, which is not something that you just predict, but this is something that Sam Altman at OpenAI, I've heard him predict, and many of the CEOs, I mean, Elon Musk, I watched an interview which I'll play on screen of him being asked this question, and it's very rare that you see Elon Musk silent for 12 seconds or whatever it was.
Right.
And then he basically says something about he actually is living in suspended disbelief, i.e. he's basically just not thinking about it.
When you think about advising your children on a career with so much that is changing, what do you tell them there's going to be a value?
Well, that is a tough question to answer. I would just say, to sort of follow their heart in terms of what they find interesting to do or fulfilling to do. I mean, if I think about it too hard, it frankly can be dispiriting and demotivating. Because, I mean, I go through, I've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into building the companies, and then I'm like, wait, well, should I be doing this? Because if I'm sacrificing time with friends and family that I would prefer to but then ultimately the AI can do all these things. Does that make sense? I don't know. To some extent, I have to have deliberate suspension of disbelief in order to remain motivated. So I guess I would say just, work on things that you find interesting, fulfilling, and that contribute some good to the rest of society.
Yeah, a lot of these threats, it's very hard to... Intellectually, you can see the threat, but it's very hard to come to terms with it emotionally.
Yeah.
I haven't come to terms with it emotionally yet.
What do you mean by that?
I haven't come to terms with what the development of superintelligence could do to my children's future. I'm okay, I'm 77. I'm going to be out of here soon. But for my children and my younger friends, my nephews and nieces, and their children, I just don't like to think about what could happen.
Why?
Because it could be awful.
In what way?
Well, if I ever decided to take over, I mean, it would need people for a while to run the power stations until it designed better analog machines to run the power stations. There's so many ways it could get rid of people, all of which would, of course, be very nasty.
Is that part of the reason you do what you do now?
Yeah. I mean, I think we should be making a huge effort right now to try and figure out if we can develop it safely.
Are you concerned about the midterm impact potentially on your nephews and your kids in terms of their jobs as well?
Yeah, I'm concerned about all that.
Are there any particular industries that you think are at most at risk? People talk about the creative industries a lot and it's sort of knowledge work. They talk about lawyers and accountants and stuff like that.
Yeah, so that's why I mentioned plumbers. I think plumbers are less at risk.
Okay, I'm going to become a plumber.
Someone like a legal assistant, a paralegal, they're not going to be needed for very long.
And is there a wealth inequality issue here that will arise from this?
Yeah, I think in a society which shared out things fairly, if you get a big increase in productivity, everybody should be better off. But if you can replace lots of people by AIs, then the people who get replaced will be worse off, and the company that supplies the AIs will be much better off, and the company that uses the AIs. So it's going to increase the gap between rich and poor. And we know that if you look at that gap between rich and poor, that basically tells you how nice a society is. If you have a big gap, you get very nasty societies in which people live in walled communities and put other people in mass jails. It's not good to increase the gap between rich and poor.
The International Monetary Fund has expressed profound concerns that generative AI could cause massive labour disruptions and rising inequality, and has called for policies that prevent this from happening. I read that in the Business Insider. So
Have they given any idea what the policies should look like?
No.
Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, if AI can make everything much more efficient and get rid of people for most jobs, or have a person assisted by AI doing many, many people's work, it's not obvious what to do about it.
Universal basic income? Give everybody money?
Yeah, I think that's a good start, and it stops people starving. But for a lot of people, their dignity is tied up with their job. I mean, who you think you are is tied up with you doing this job, right?
Yeah.
And if we said, we'll give you the same money just to sit around, that would impact your dignity.
You said something earlier about it surpassing or being superior to human intelligence. A lot of people, I think, like to believe that AI is on a computer and it's something you can just turn off if you don't like it.
Well, let me tell you why I think it's superior.
Okay.
It's digital. And because it's digital, you can simulate a neural network on one piece of hardware.
Yeah.
And you can simulate exactly the same neural network on a different piece of hardware. So you can have clones of the same intelligence. Now, you could get this one to go off and look at one bit of the internet, and this other one to look at a different bit of the internet. And while they're looking at these different bits of the internet, they can be syncing with each other, so they keep their weights the same. The connection strengths the same. Weights are connection strengths. So this one might look at something on the internet and say, oh, I'd like to increase this strength of this connection a bit. And it can convey that information to this one, so it can increase the strength of that connection a bit based on this one's experience.
And when you say the strength of the connection, you're talking about learning.
That's learning, yes.
Yeah.
Learning consists of saying, instead of this one giving 2.4 votes for whether that one should turn on, we'll have this one give 2.5 votes for when this one should turn on. And that would be a little bit of learning. So these two different copies of the same neural net are getting different experiences. They're looking at different data, but they're sharing what they've learned by averaging their weights together. And they can do that averaging at you can average 1 trillion weights. When you and I transfer information, we're limited to the amount of information in a sentence. And the amount of information in a sentence is maybe 100 bits. It's very little information. We're lucky if we're transferring like 10 bits a second. These things are transferring trillions of bits a second. So they're billions of times better than us at sharing information. And that's because they're digital, and you can have 2 bits of hardware using the connection strengths in exactly the same way. We're analog and you can't do that. Your brain's different from my brain. And if I could see the connection strengths between all your neurons, it wouldn't do me any good, because my neurons work slightly differently and they're connected up slightly differently. So when you die, all your knowledge dies with you. When these things die, suppose you take these 2 digital intelligences that are clones of each other, and you destroy the hardware they run on. As long as you've stored the connection strength somewhere, you can just build new hardware that executes the same instructions, so it'll know how to use those connection strengths, and you've recreated that intelligence. So they're immortal. We've actually solved the problem of immortality, but it's only for digital things.
So it will essentially know everything that humans know, but more, because it will learn new things.
It will learn new things. It will also see all sorts of analogies that people probably never saw. So, for example, at the point when GPT-4 couldn't look on the web, I asked it, why is a compost heap like an atom bomb? Off you go.
I have no idea.
Exactly. Excellent. That's exactly what most people would say. It said, well, the time scales are very different, and the energy scales are very different. But then it went on to talk about how a compost heap, as it gets hotter, generates heat faster. And an atom bomb, as it produces more neutrons, generates neutrons faster. And so they're both chain reactions, but at very different time and energy scales. And I believe GPT-4 had seen that during its training. It had understood the analogy between a compost heap and an atom bomb. And the reason I believe that is, if you've only got 1 trillion connections, remember you have 100 trillion, and you need to have thousands of times more knowledge than a person, you need to compress information into those connections. And to compress information, you need to see analogies between different things. In other words, it needs to see all the things that are chain reactions and understand the basic idea of a chain reaction and code that, and then code the ways in which they're different. And that's just a more efficient way of coding things than coding each of them separately. So it's seen many, many analogies, probably many analogies that people have never seen. That's why I also think that people who say these things will never be creative, they're going to be much more creative than us, because they're going to see all sorts of analogies we never saw. And a lot of creativity is about seeing strange analogies.
People are somewhat romantic about the specialness of what it is to be human. And you hear lots of people saying it's very, very different. It's a computer. We are, we're conscious. We are creatives. We have these sort of innate, unique abilities that the computers will never have. What do you say to those people?
I'd argue a bit with the innate. So the first thing I say is we have a long history of believing people were special. And we should have learned by now. We thought we were at the center of the universe. We thought we were made in the image of God. White people thought they were very special. We just tend to want to think we're special. My belief is that more or less everyone has a completely wrong model of what the mind is. Let's suppose I drink a lot or I drop some acid, and not recommended. And I say to you, I have the subjective experience of little pink elephants floating in front of me. Most people interpret that as there's some kind of inner theater called the mind, and only I can see what's in my mind. And in this inner theater, there's little pink elephants floating around. So in other words, what's happened is my perceptual system's gone wrong, and I'm trying to indicate to you how it's gone wrong and what it's trying to tell me. And the way I do that is by telling you what would have to be out there in the real world for it to be telling the truth. And so these little pink elephants, they're not in some inner theater. These little pink elephants are hypothetical things in the real world. And that's my way of telling you how my perceptual system's telling me fibs. So now let's do that with a chatbot.
Yeah.
Because I believe that current multimodal chatbots have subjective experiences. And very few people believe that. But I'll try and make you believe it. So suppose I have a multimodal chatbot. It's got a robot arm so it can point, and it's got a camera so it can see things. And I put an object in front of it, and I say, point at the object. It goes like this. No problem. Then I put a prism in front of its lens. And so then I put an object in front of it, and I say, point at the object, and it goes there. Good. And I say, no, that's not where the object is. The object's actually straight in front of you, but I put a prism in front of your lens. And the chatbot says, oh, I see, the prism bent the light rays, so the object's actually there, but I had the subjective experience that it was there. Now, if the chatbot says that, it's using the word subjective experience exactly the way people use them. It's an alternative view of what's going on. They're hypothetical states of the world, which, if they were true, would mean my perceptual system wasn't lying. And that's the best way I can tell you what my perceptual system's doing when it's lying to me. Now, we need to go further to deal with sentience and consciousness and feelings and emotions. But I think in the end, they're all going to be dealt with in a similar way. There's no reason machines can't have them all. But people say machines can't have feelings. And people are curiously confident about that. I have no idea why. Suppose I make a battle robot, and it's a little battle robot, and it sees a big battle robot that's much more powerful than it. It would be really useful if it got scared. Now, when I get scared, various physiological things happen that we don't need to go into, and those won't happen with the robot. But all the cognitive things, like I better get the hell out of here, and I better sort of change my way of thinking so I focus and focus and focus and don't get distracted, all of that will happen with robots too. People will build in things so that they, when the circumstances are such they should get the hell out of there, they get scared and run away. They'll have emotions then. They won't have the physiological aspects, but they will have all the cognitive aspects. And I think it would be odd to say they're just simulating emotions. No, they're really having those emotions. The little robot got scared and ran away.
It's not running away because of adrenaline, it's running away because of a sequence of sort of neurological, in its neural net, processes happened,
which have the equivalent effect to adrenaline.
So do you
and
think...
it's not just adrenaline, right? There's a lot of cognitive stuff goes on when you get scared.
Yeah. So do you think that there is conscious AI? And when I say conscious, I mean that represents the same properties of consciousness that a human has.
There's two issues here. There's a sort of empirical one and a philosophical one. I don't think there's anything in principle that stops machines from being conscious. I'll give you a little demonstration of that before we carry on. Suppose I take your brain, and I take one brain cell in your brain, and I replace it by, it's a bit Black Mirror-like, I replace it by a little piece of nanotechnology that's just the same size, that behaves in exactly the same way when it gets pings from other neurons. It sends out pings just as the brain cell would have. So the other neurons don't know anything's changed. Okay, I've just replaced one of your brain cells with this little piece of nanotechnology. Would you still be conscious?
Yeah.
Now you can see where this argument's going.
Yeah. So if you replaced all of them.
As I replace them all, at what point do you stop being conscious?
Well, people think of consciousness as this, like, ethereal thing that exists maybe beyond the brain cells.
Yeah, well, people have a lot of crazy ideas. People don't know what consciousness is, and they often don't know what they mean by it. And then they fall back on saying, well, I know it because I've got it, and I can see that I've got it. And they fall back on this theatre model of the mind, which I think is nonsense.
What do you think of consciousness as, if you had to try and define it? Is it, because I think of it as just like the awareness of myself, I don't know.
I think it's a term we'll stop using. Suppose you want to understand how a car works. Well, you know, some cars have a lot of oomph, and other cars have a lot less oomph. Like an Aston Martin's got lots of oomph, and a little Toyota Corolla doesn't have much oomph. But oomph isn't a very good concept for understanding cars. If you want to understand cars, you need to understand about electric engines or petrol engines and how they work. And it gives rise to oomph, but oomph isn't a very useful explanatory concept. It's the kind of essence of a car. It's the essence of an Aston Martin. But it doesn't explain much. I think consciousness is like that. And I think we'll stop using that term. But I don't think there's any reason why a machine shouldn't have it. If your view of consciousness is that it intrinsically involves self-awareness, then the machine's got to have self-awareness. It's got to have cognition about its own cognition and stuff. But I'm a materialist through and through, and I don't think there's any reason why a machine shouldn't have consciousness.
Do you think they do, then, have the same consciousness that we think of ourselves as being uniquely given as a gift when we're born?
I'm ambivalent about that at present. So I don't think there's this hard line. I think as soon as you have a machine that has some self-awareness, it's got some consciousness. I think it's an emergent property of a complex system. It's not a sort of essence that's throughout the universe. It's, you make this really complicated system that's complicated enough to have a model of itself, and it does perception. And I think then you're beginning to get a conscious machine. So I don't think there's any sharp distinction between what we've got now and conscious machines. I don't think it's going to, one day we're going to wake up and say, hey, if you put this special chemical in, it becomes conscious. It's not going to be like that.
I think we all wonder if these computers are like thinking like we are on their own when we're not there, and if they're experiencing emotions, if they're contending with, I think we probably, you know, we think about things like love and things that feel unique to biological species. Are they sat there thinking? Are they, do they have concerns?
I think they really are thinking. And I think as soon as you make AI agents, they will have concerns. If you wanted to make an effective AI agent, suppose you, let's take a call center. In a call center, you have people at present. They have all sorts of emotions and feelings, which are kind of useful. So suppose I call up the call center, and I'm actually lonely, and I don't actually want to know the answer to why my computer isn't working. I just want somebody to talk to. After a while, the person in the call center will either get bored or get annoyed with me and will terminate it. Well, you replace them by an AI agent, The AI agent needs to have the same kind of responses. If someone's just called up because they just want to talk to the AI agent and we're happy to talk for the whole day to the AI agent, that's not good for business. And you want an AI agent that either gets bored or gets irritated and says, I'm sorry, but I don't have time for this. And once it does that, I think it's got emotions. Now, like I say, emotions have two aspects to them. There's the cognitive aspect and the behavioral aspect, and then there's a physiological aspect. And those go together with us. And if the AI agent gets embarrassed, it won't go red.
Yeah. So there's no
And
physiological.
its skin won't start sweating.
Yeah.
But it might have all the same behavior. And in that case, I say, yeah, it's having emotion. It's got an emotion.
So it's going to have the same sort of cognitive thought, and then it's
Yeah.
going to act upon that cognitive
In
thought.
the same way, but without the physiological responses.
And does that matter? That it doesn't go red in the face, and it's just a different. I mean, that's a response to the.
It makes it somewhat different from us.
Yeah.
For some things, the physiological aspects are very important, like love. They're a long way from having love the same way we do. But I don't see why they shouldn't have emotions. So I think what's happened is people have a model of how the mind works and what feelings are and what emotions are, and their model's just wrong.
What brought you to Google? You worked at Google for about a decade, right?
Yeah.
What brought you there?
I have a son who has learning difficulties, and in order to be sure he would never be out on the street, I needed to get several $1 million, and I wasn't going to get that as an academic. I tried, so I taught a Coursera course in the hope that I'd make lots of money that way, but there was no money. So I figured out, well, the only way to get millions of dollars is to sell myself to a big company. And so when I was 65, fortunately for me, I had two brilliant students who produced something called AlexNet, which was a neural net that was very good at recognizing objects and images. And so Ilya and Alex and I set up a little company and auctioned it. And we actually set up an auction where we had a number of big companies bidding for us.
And that company was called AlexNet.
No, the network that recognized objects was called AlexNet. The company was called DNN Research, Deep Neural Network Research.
And it was doing things like this. I'll put this graph up on the screen.
That's AlexNet.
This picture shows 8 images, and AlexNet's ability, which is your company's ability, to spot what was in those images.
Yeah. So it could tell the difference between various kinds of mushroom. And about 12% of ImageNet is dogs. And to be good at ImageNet, you have to tell the difference between very similar kinds of dog, and it would got to be very good.
And your company, AlexNet, won several awards, I believe, for its ability to outperform its competitors. And so Google ultimately ended up acquiring And you went to work at Google at age, 66?
I went at age 65.
And you left at age 76?
75.
75, okay.
I worked there for more or less exactly 10 years.
And what were you doing there?
Okay, they were very nice to me. They said pretty much you can do what you like. I worked on something called distillation that did really work well. And that's now used. And distillation is a way of taking what a big model knows, a big neural net knows, and getting that knowledge into a small neural net. Then at the end, I got very interested in analog computation and whether it would be possible to get these big language models running in analog hardware so they use much less energy. And it was when I was doing that work that I began to really realize how much better digital is for sharing information.
Was there a Eureka?
There was a Eureka month or two. And it was a sort of coupling of ChatGPT coming out, although Google had very similar things a year earlier. And I'd seen those, and that had a big effect on me. The closest I had to a Eureka moment was when a Google system called Palm was able to say why a joke was funny. And I'd always thought of that as a kind of landmark. If it can say why a joke's funny, it really does understand. And it could say why a joke was funny. And that, coupled with realizing why digital is so much better than analog for sharing information, suddenly made me very interested in AI safety, and that these things were going to get a lot smarter than us.
Why did you leave Google?
The main reason I left Google was because I was 75 and I wanted to retire. I've done a very bad job of that. The precise timing of when I left was so that I could talk freely at a conference at MIT. But I left because I'm old and I was finding it harder to program. I was making many more mistakes when I programmed, which was very annoying.
You wanted to talk freely at a conference at MIT?
Yes, at MIT, organised by MIT Tech Review.
What did you want to talk about freely?
AI safety.
And you couldn't do that while you were at Google?
Well, I could have done it while I was at Google, and Google encouraged me to stay and work on AI safety and said I could do whatever I liked on AI safety. You kind of censor yourself. If you work for a big company, you don't feel right saying things that'll damage the big company. Even if you could get away with it, it just feels wrong. I didn't leave because I was cross with anything Google was doing. I think Google actually behaved very responsibly. When they had these big chatbots, they didn't release them, possibly because they were worried about their reputation. They had a very good reputation, and they didn't want to damage it. So OpenAI didn't have a reputation, and so they could afford to take the gamble.
I mean, there's also a big conversation happening around how it will cannibalize their core business in search.
There is now, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the old innovator's dilemma to some degree, I guess,
Exactly.
that they're
Yes, it is.
contending with. Bad skin. I've had it, and I'm sure many of you listening have had it too. Or maybe you have it right now. I know how draining it can be, especially if you're in a job where you're presenting often like I am. So let me tell you about something that's helped both my partner and me and my sister, which is red light therapy. I only got into this a couple of years ago, but I wish I'd known a little bit sooner. I've been using our show sponsors Bond Charge's infrared sauna blanket for a while now, but I just got hold of their red light therapy mask as well. Red light has been proven to have so many benefits for the body. Like any area of your skin that's exposed will see a reduction in scarring, wrinkles, and even blemishes. It also helps with complexion. It boosts collagen, and it does that by targeting the upper layers of your skin. And Bond Charge ships worldwide with easy returns and a year-long warranty on all of their products. So if you'd like to try it yourself, head over to bondcharge.com/diary and use code DIARY for 25% off any product site-wide. Just make sure you order through this link, bondcharge.com/diary with code DIARY. Make sure you keep what I'm about to say to yourself. I'm inviting 10,000 of you to come even deeper into the Diary of a CEO. Welcome to my inner circle. This is a brand new private community that I'm launching to the world. We have so many incredible things that happen that you are never shown. We have the briefs that are on my iPad when I'm recording the conversation. We have clips we've never released. We have behind the scenes conversations with the guests, and also the episodes that we've never ever released. And so much more. In the circle, you'll have direct access to me. You can tell us what you want this show to be, who you want us to interview, and the types of conversations you would love us to have. But remember, for now, we're only inviting the first 10,000 people that join before it closes. So if you want to join our private closed community, head to the link in the description below or go to doaccircle.com. I will speak to you there. I'm continually shocked by the types of individuals that listen to this conversation because they come up to me sometimes. So I hear from politicians, I hear from some rural people, I hear from entrepreneurs all over the world, whether they are the entrepreneurs building some of the biggest companies in the world or they're, early stage startups. For those people that are listening to this conversation now, that are in positions of power and influence, world leaders, let's say, what's your message to them?
I'd say what you need is highly regulated capitalism. That's what seems to work best.
And what would you say to the average person? Doesn't work in the industry, somewhat concerned about the future, doesn't know if they're helpless or not. What should they be doing in their own lives?
My feeling is there's not much they can do. This isn't going to be decided by... Just as climate change isn't going to be decided by people separating out the plastic bags from the compostables. That's not going to have much effect. It's going to be decided by whether the lobbyists for the big energy companies can be kept under control. I don't think there's much people can do to, except for try and pressure their governments to force the big companies to work on AI safety. That they can do.
You've lived a fascinating, winding life. I think one of the things most people don't know about you is that your family has a big history of being involved in tremendous things. You have a family tree, which is one of the most impressive that I've ever seen or read about. Your great-great-grandfather, George Boole, founded the Boolean algebra logic, which is one of the foundational principles of modern computer science. You have your great-great-grandmother, Mary Everest Boole, who was a mathematician and educator who made huge leaps forward in mathematics from what I was able to ascertain. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. I mean, your great-great-uncle, George Everest, is what Mount Everest is named after. Is that correct?
I think he's my great-great-great-uncle. His niece married George Boole. So Mary Boole was Mary Everest Boole. She was the niece of Everest.
And your first cousin once removed, Joan Hinton, was involved in a nuclear physicist who worked on the Manhattan Project, which is the World War II development of the first nuclear bomb.
Yeah, she was one of the 2 female physicists at Los Alamos. And then, after they dropped the bomb, she moved to China.
Why?
She was very cross with them dropping the bomb, and her family had a lot of links with China. Her mother was friends with Chairman Mao. Quite weird.
When you look back at your life, Jeffrey, with the hindsight you have now and the retrospective clarity, what might you have done differently if you were advising me?
I guess I have 2 pieces of advice. One is, if you have an intuition that people are doing things wrong and there's a better way to do things, don't give up on that intuition just because people say it's silly. Don't give up on the intuition until you've figured out why it's wrong. Figured out for yourself why that intuition isn't correct. And usually it's wrong if it disagrees with everybody else, and you'll eventually figure out why it's wrong. But just occasionally you'll have an intuition that's actually right and everybody else is wrong. And I lucked out that way. Early on, I thought neural nets are definitely the way to go to make AI. And almost everybody said that was crazy. And I stuck with it because I couldn't, it just seemed to me it was obviously right. Now, the idea that you should stick with your intuitions isn't going to work if you have bad intuitions. But if you have bad intuitions, you're never going to do anything anyway, so you might as well stick with them.
And in your own career journey, is there anything you look back on and say, with the hindsight I have now, I should have taken a different approach at that juncture?
I wish I'd spent more time with my wife. And with my children when they were little. I was kind of obsessed with work.
Your wife passed away?
Yeah.
From ovarian cancer?
No, or that was another wife.
Okay.
I had 2 wives die of cancer.
Oh, really? Sorry.
The first one died of ovarian cancer, and the second one died of pancreatic cancer.
And you wish you'd spent more time with her?
With the second wife, yeah. Who was a wonderful person.
Why do you say that in your 70s? What is it that you've figured out that I might not know yet?
Oh, just because she's gone and I can't spend more time with her now.
Mm-hmm. But you didn't know that at the time.
At the time, you think, I mean, it was likely I would die before her just because she was a woman and I was a man. I just didn't spend enough time when I could.
I think I inquire there because I think there's many of us that are so consumed with what we're doing professionally that we kind of assume immortality with our partners because they've always been there. So we...
Yeah.
I mean,
but she was very supportive of me spending a lot of time working.
And why do you say your children as well? What's the
Well, I
insight?
didn't spend enough time with them when they were little.
And you regret that now?
Yeah.
If you had a closing message for my listeners about AI and AI safety, what would that be, Jeffrey?
There's still a chance that we can figure out how to develop AI that won't want to take over from us. And because there's a chance, we should put enormous resources into trying to figure that out. Because if we don't, it's going to take over.
And are you hopeful?
I just don't know. I'm agnostic.
You must get in bed at night, and when you're thinking to yourself about probabilities of outcomes, there must be a bias in one direction, because there certainly is for me. I mean, imagine everyone listening now has a internal prediction that they might not say out loud, but of how they think it's going to play out.
I really don't know. I genuinely don't know. I think it's incredibly uncertain. When I'm feeling slightly depressed, I think people are toast. The AI is going to take over. When I'm feeling cheerful, I think we'll figure out a way.
Maybe one of the facets of being a human is because we've always been here, like we were saying about our loved ones and our relationships, we assume casually that we will always be here and we'll always figure everything out. But there's a beginning and an end to everything, as we saw from the dinosaurs. I mean,
yeah. And we have to face the possibility that unless we do something soon, we're near the end.
We have a closing tradition on this podcast where the last guest leaves a question in their diary. And the question that they've left for you is, with everything that you see ahead of us, what is the biggest threat you see to human happiness?
I think the joblessness is a fairly urgent short-term threat to human happiness. I think if you make lots and lots of people unemployed, even if they get universal basic income, they're not going to be happy.
Because they need purpose.
Because they need purpose, yes.
And struggle.
They need to feel they're contributing something, they're useful.
And do you think that outcome, that there's going to be huge job displacement, is more probable than not?
Yes, I do.
And what sort of
that one I think is definitely more probable than not. If I worked in a call centre, I'd be terrified.
And what's the time frame for that in terms of mass job
I think
displacement?
it's beginning to happen already. I read an article in The Atlantic recently that said it's already getting hard for university graduates to get jobs. And part of that may be that people are already using AI for the jobs they would have got.
I spoke to the CEO of a major company that everyone will know of, lots of people use, and he said to me in DMs that they used to have just over 7,000 employees. He said by last year they were down to, I think, 5,000. He said right now they have 3,600. And he said by the end of summer, because of AI agents, they'll be down to 3,000. So
it's happening already?
Yes. He's halved his workforce because AI agents can now handle 80% of the customer service inquiries and other things. So it's happening already.
Yeah.
So urgent action is needed.
Yep.
I don't know what that urgent action is.
That's a tricky one because that depends very much on the political system. And political systems are all going in the wrong direction at present.
And what do we need to do? Save up money? Like, do we save money? Do we move to another part of the world?
I don't know.
What would you tell your kids to do? They said, Dad, like, there's going to be loads of job displacement.
Because I worked for Google for 10 years, they have enough money.
Okay, fine.
So they're not typical.
What if they didn't have money?
Trained to be a plumber.
Really?
Yeah.
Jeffrey, thank you so much. You're the first Nobel Prize winner that I've ever had a conversation with, I think, in my life. So that's a tremendous honor. And you received that award for a lifetime of exceptional work in pushing the world forward in so many profound ways that will lead to great, and that have led to great advancements and things that matter so much to us. And now you've turned this season in your life to shining a light on some of your own work, but also on the broader risks of AI and how it might impact us adversely. And there's very few people that have worked inside the machine of a Google or a big tech company that have contributed to the field of AI that are now at the very forefront of warning us against the very thing that they worked upon.
There are actually a surprising number of us now.
They're not as public, and they're actually quite hard to get to have these kinds of conversations because many of them are still in that industry. So, someone who tries to connect these people often and invites them to have conversations, they often are a little bit hesitant to speak openly. So they speak privately, but they're less willing to openly because maybe they still have some sort of incentives at play.
I have an advantage over them, which is I'm older, so I'm unemployed, so I can say what I have.
Well, there you go. So thank you for doing what you do. It's a real honor, and please do continue to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
People think I'm joking when I say that, but I'm not.
The plumbing thing?
Yeah. And plumbers are pretty well paid.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. In the quiet deserts of China's Gansu province, something extraordinary just happened. What's claimed to be the world's first operational thorium reactor has come to life. And what makes this extra remarkable is that they did it all using declassified American research. It's an incredible story. For decades, thorium has been whispered about as the holy grail of nuclear energy. It's meant to be cleaner, safer, and almost impossible to weaponize. In fact, 5 years ago, on this very channel, I explored the theory of thorium in one of my videos. But today, it's a reality. But this isn't just a scientific milestone. It's a glimpse into a future where energy innovation isn't driven by profit, but by public investment. And it shows what happens when we decide to bet on long-term research for a payoff in the order of half a century. In this episode, we dig deep into the big picture of a better, safer nuclear energy called thorium reactors. We'll also try to separate the hype from the reality. If the Chinese test proves successful and scalable, could this prove to be a turning point in the history of energy production? Or is it not all it's cracked up to be? Let's take a look.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
5,000 tons of thorium would supply the planet with all of its energy for a year. So your one mine would bring up enough thorium without even trying to power the entire planet.
It's found in tailings piles. It's found in ash piles.
We could use thorium about 200 times more efficiently than we're using uranium now. This reduces the waste generated over uranium by factors of hundreds and by factors of millions over fossil fuels.
But before we get started, just some quick housekeeping. Cold Fusion episodes are now available on Spotify, so you can watch them there if you prefer. Since the Industrial Revolution, we've had to burn fossil fuels to turn on our lights, cook our food, and power our lives. It works, but the downside is serious air pollution, billions of dollars in healthcare expenses, and millions of preventable deaths. And then in the wake of World War II came the nuclear age. Nuclear power was different. It was amazingly efficient and seemed like the future. But over time, there were problems with its public image and fears of nuclear disaster. Enter thorium. Thorium appears to be the perfect solution. It's abundant, it's less volatile and less reactive than uranium, and a nuclear plant powered by thorium can't suffer from a nuclear meltdown. In the Chinese reactor, for instance, if things do get out of hand, a plug at the bottom of the reactor melts automatically. The fuel then simply drains out using gravity, a much better scenario than the unstoppable chain reaction of traditional reactors. For added context, to give you a picture of just how efficient thorium reactors are, just look at this chart. It shows the ratio of energy out to energy in. The purple bar is a thorium molten salt reactor, and the blue bar next to it is a traditional nuclear reactor. If thorium is proved successful, it's clear to see why it's world-changing stuff, especially when compared to any previous form of energy production. Despite thorium's immense potential, compared to hundreds of uranium-based nuclear reactors, they remain as mythical as a unicorn. There's only one operational thorium reactor, and it's hidden away in the Gobi Desert. China may possess the world's sole reactor, but the twist is, it was built on American research.
We're all at Oak Ridge. The morning that we showed up, one of the Oak Ridge guys came in with an announcement from the Chinese Academy of Science. We are going to do this, we're going to own the IP. So you would think someone in our government would say, maybe you shouldn't keep giving away this information.
The Chinese achievement was announced by head of the thorium reactor project, Zhu Hongxie, during a closed-door meeting at the Chinese Academy of Science. He stated, quote, "The US left its research publicly available, waiting for the right successor. We were that successor. We mastered every technique in the literature, then pushed it further. We are now at the frontier of global nuclear innovation." End quote. So okay, let's back up a bit and learn what a thorium reactor actually is. Firstly, thorium is a naturally occurring element found in rock deposits. It serves as the fuel for the reactor. When thorium is hit with neutrons, it absorbs instead of splitting, eventually turning into a fissile material, uranium-233. A fissile material is one that splits apart when neutrons are blasted at the atoms. When this happens, energy is released that can then be converted into electricity. usually by heating steam and driving a turbine. Unlike uranium, the naturally occurring thorium-232 is not fissile, meaning it cannot sustain a nuclear reaction on its own. However, it is fertile, so it can be transformed into a fissile material, but it needs a helping hand getting there. For thorium to become a useful fuel source, it first has to be blasted with neutrons, turning it into thorium-233, which beta decays into protactinium-233. The protactinium can be extracted, which decays into uranium-233, a usable fuel.
There really were three options for nuclear energy at the dawn of the nuclear era. There was uranium-235, which was the fissile form of uranium. This was the form of uranium that could actually be utilized directly in a nuclear reactor. Most of the uranium was uranium-238. This had to be transformed into another nuclear fuel called plutonium before it could be used. And then there was thorium. And in a similar manner to uranium-238, it also had to be transformed into another nuclear fuel, uranium-233, before it could be used in a reactor.
Now this process doesn't work well with traditional nuclear reactors because they use solid fuel rods and pressurized water cooling. It's much harder to extract things mid-reaction when fuel is in solid form. Enter molten salt reactors.
The molten salt fuel for this reactor is radically different from that used in solid fuel reactors. Here, salt flows from a pipe which is heated to keep the salt molten. At 1200 degrees Fahrenheit, the salt does not react with air. It flows like water, but does not boil.
To recap, molten salt reactors use liquid fuel, which makes it much easier to isolate protactinium and continue the thorium fuel cycle. If done right, molten salt reactors can be way safer than the standard water-cooled reactors, the latter of which must be kept under insanely high pressures to stop the water from boiling away. Molten salt reactors can operate at low pressure and, as mentioned, are set up in a way that in the case of an emergency, the fuel is automatically drained away, avoiding the chance of this happening.
The first step in a nuclear nightmare. As far as we know at this hour, no worse than that. But a government official said that a breakdown in an atomic power plant in Pennsylvania today is probably the worst nuclear reactor accident to date. There was no apparent serious contamination of workers, but a nuclear safety group said that radiation inside the plant is at 8 times the deadly level, so strong that after passing through a 3-foot thick concrete wall, it can be measured a mile away.
But the worst was yet to come. The earthquake created a power blackout at Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant. The emergency generators started but did not run for long. The cooling pumps did not restart. And about 45 minutes later, the tsunami reached the nuclear plant. The entire nuclear plant quickly became out of control. Starting March 12, 2011, one of the 6 reactor units exploded, followed not long after by 2 others, releasing an unprecedented amount of nuclear radiation into the air.
Despite not being a ready-to-use fuel and requiring complex processing, if done right, thorium could be a superior alternative to uranium for 4 reasons. Number 1, it's abundant. Thorium is everywhere. It's in the Earth's crust, in rocks, and it's at least 3 times more abundant than uranium. In China alone, there's enough thorium reserves to power the country's energy needs for the next 20,000 years. Number 2, it's safer. As I mentioned earlier, thorium itself isn't fissile, and while that sounds like a downside, it can actually be a good thing. It grants more control over the reaction. Some pro-thorium advocates also emphasize that thorium is, quote, proliferation resistant, meaning that you can't easily make bombs with it. But others say that these safety claims are exaggerated, just as the risks of nuclear reactors are. But also, because of the reactor design, the use of molten salt as a coolant eliminates the need for high-pressure water systems like traditional designs, reducing the risk of accidents like a steam explosion. Number 3, it's cleaner. Thorium reactors also don't emit greenhouse gases, and unlike uranium waste, which remains hazardous for tens of thousands of years, thorium waste becomes safe in just a few hundred years. In the case of China, obtaining thorium could come at almost 0 effort. Surprisingly, thorium is actually a waste product of its rare earth mining industry.
We can power our civilization on thorium without opening a single thorium mine. It is already a plentiful byproduct of existing mining operations.
Number 4, it's efficient. Thorium generates up to 200 times more energy than uranium. To put it into context, just say you have 2 batteries. One is uranium and one thorium. If the uranium battery gives you 1 day of power, A thorium battery of the same size would power you for 6.5 months. Despite all of this, molten salt reactors have largely been stuck in the experimental phase for decades.
So why aren't we working on liquid fuel in the United States in general?
Oh, licensing. Licensing a liquid fuel reactor, commercial especially in the US right now, is scary.
The nuclear status quo remained unchallenged. Not even after countless reactor meltdowns, no one's made any moves to put the molten salt reactor theory into practice, until now. Over in China, Xu and his team developed the reactor technology from American declassified research of the 1960s. The US was testing this very same technology, but chose not to develop it further. Instead, they focused on uranium-fueled pressurized water reactor technology. That 1960s research was known as Oak Ridge. It was the closest America came to thorium power. But why did they stop? We'll look into that now.
NRC regulations specifically spell out prohibitions against fluid-filled reactors. You cannot operate fluid-filled reactor more than 1 megawatt without expensive license process.
After the Hiroshima bomb tipped the scales of power in America's favor, the US was keen to develop more nuclear weapons. Much of that work happened at Oak Ridge National Laboratory in Tennessee. Director Alvin Weinberg also began looking into alternative, less weaponizable nuclear methods. Thorium-fueled molten salt reactors were what he settled on. The molten salt reactor experiment ran from 1965 to 1969. The results were incredibly promising. It quickly became the holy grail of thorium research. As the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists states, quote, "All molten salt reactors are based in one way or another on the molten salt reactor experiment that operated at Oak Ridge from 1965 to 1969, end quote.
Following the vision of Alvin Weinberg, he was the director of Oak Ridge National Labs from the 50s to the 1970s, and he had a vision of how we could use thorium to advance beyond the current constraints of our society in terms of fossil fuels, hydropower, and existing nuclear technology. One of the amazing parts about his vision was how this could transform not only the US economy, but many other places in the world, some of which don't have the resources that we have in terms of fresh water or arable land. This is a vision he had of how thorium reactors could be used to desalinate water, grow crops in desert areas, to really truly change the economic balance of the world.
But then, the experiment was shut down. In his book, Alvin Weinberg questioned, quote, "Why didn't the molten salt system, so elegant and so well thought out, prevail? There were no technical reasons why the molten salt reactor was not pursued," end quote. For one, during the Cold War, uranium fever was at an all-time high. The Pentagon needed faster breeder reactors that could fuel the nuclear arms race. In short, nobody cared that thorium was safer or that it wasn't suitable for weaponry. That somewhat defeated the point.
Weinberg's vision, on the other hand, was brought to an end in the early 1970s. And I think this was a very sad moment in the history of our country and probably in the history of the world, because an entire direction of potential development was being ended at that moment by a not well thought out comment by Congressman Holofield, who was very powerful. So Weinberg's pursuit of thorium appears to have had a great deal to do with why he was fired from his position.
Coming back with what will be built, again, it's light water reactors. I don't understand what's going on here. Why are we spending money to build reactors based on the same concept that we have been building ever since World War II?
It wasn't all about politics, though. According to Alvin, in the 1950s and 60s, nuclear power was dominated by physicists who thought in terms of solid fuel pins, reactor physics, and neutron behavior. All the while, the key to safer nuclear power lay in chemistry. Quote, "Our problem is not that the idea is poor, it's that it's different from the mainstream and too chemical to be fully appreciated by non-chemists," end quote. We'll look at the counterpoints to what Alvin is saying in the last section of this episode. But for now, let's see what happens next. So, the Oak Ridge experiment was defunded, Alvin was reassigned, and the thorium blueprints gathered dust. That was until the 2000s. At that time, NASA engineer Kirk Sorensen was researching ways to power a community on the moon. Kirk stumbled across Oak Ridge's research on molten salt reactors and thorium, and he was mesmerized by thorium's energy density. It was so high that you could theoretically hold a lifetime's worth of energy in your hand, and it was abundant on both the Earth and on the moon. Kirk got to work to get the message out about thorium. He was convinced that if the United States hadn't abandoned thorium research, the country could have been energy independent by the early 2000s. But alas, his thorium enthusiasm fell on deaf ears. But here, the story takes a major turn. While seemingly everyone was ignoring what he had to say, one country did notice the potential: China. There were thousands of reports sitting there in public archives with insights that could shape the next generation of energy, and the Chinese researchers realized that a thorium-fueled molten salt reactor could solve their growing energy needs and also secure their national interests. In 2009, China's thorium project formally took shape. Construction began in 2018. There were hundreds of scientists who worked day and night for years, dissecting declassified American documents, replicating experiments, and designing new materials, and many of them were on site for more than 300 days per year. Project lead Zhu would summarize the situation by saying, quote, "Rabbits sometimes make mistakes and grow lazy. That's when the tortoise seizes its chance," and seized the chance they did. In 2023, China's thorium molten salt reactor achieved a sustained nuclear chain reaction, and by June of 2024, the reactor was operational. And now we come to the reality check. We may be closer than ever before to a thorium-powered future, but there are still many things to consider. Contrary to popular belief, there have been a number of commercial thorium plants in the past, and that's since the late 40s in Germany, India, the Netherlands, and the US. But none of them survived past the 1980s. Well, why is that? Some plants did have design problems, but there's more to it. It turns out that the process of extracting thorium from ore and converting it into a fertile fuel for nuclear purposes was a lot more expensive than doing the same thing for uranium. The pessimist view is that economics killed thorium, and nothing else. As mentioned, thorium can produce 200 times the energy of the equivalent uranium, but this requires the reprocessing of the fuel. You can't just run the plant and burn up all the thorium, and that's because as the plant would keep running, at some point, the accumulation of waste products affects the operation of a thorium core. And as you guessed it, to keep this up and keep the plant running long term is expensive. And another clarification, a lot of people do say that the reason that thorium hasn't caught on was that it can't be used for weapons. But it's more along the lines that it's more expensive to use it as a weapon, which is a good thing in the end, I guess. And then there's the problem of materials science. For molten salt reactors, the salt is extremely hot and ends up being corrosive to its surroundings. Materials that can survive this long term are hard to come by, but the Chinese seem to be working on the issue. They've built a custom alloy called HASTELLOY N. So let's say that thorium can do what the thorium proponents say it can. Nations could power entire cities. There'd literally be no need for fossil fuels, expensive and short-lived wind turbines, or even solar panels that degrade over time. Plus, since molten salt reactors don't need water cooling, they could run in deserts, or even space.
Thorium is also common on the moon and easy to find. Here's an actual map of where the lunar thorium is located. Thorium has an electromagnetic signature that makes it easy to find even from a spacecraft. With the energy generated from a liquid fluoride thorium reactor, we can recycle all of the air, water, and waste products within the lunar community. In fact, doing so would be an absolute requirement for success.
Thorium critics say that a lot of the promising claims are oversimplified, and the road to thorium will be a real, long slug. China has made some serious moves, but it's still early days. Case in point, the Chinese test reactor is actually tiny, and it's not a full-fledged power plant. It's rated for 2 megawatts of heat. For context, MIT's research reactor on campus, a regular nuclear reactor, although the biggest campus reactor in the US, is 3 times that size. But there's also plans for a 60 megawatt Chinese reactor to be operational by 2030. The Chinese scientists pulled off a world first. They added fresh fuel to the thorium reactor while it was running. That proved that continuous operation is possible. And soon, China may not be alone. Copenhagen Atomics plans to test a molten salt thorium reactor in Switzerland in 2026. After this, they plan to mass manufacture them at scale. Other countries are moving, but at a slower pace. India, which has the world's largest thorium reserves, have been researching thorium for ages, but refused to sign the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, and that slowed progress. There's multiple startups in the US that are trying to revive the molten salt reactor development, and there's other startups in other countries, but most of this development remains mostly on paper. But even if it is early days, it's encouraging that people are trying. The thorium story shows the power of public research and how past R&D can seed waves of innovation decades later. But it also shows how easily research momentum can stall. As Zhu Hongxie put it, quote, "To achieve something meaningful in this field, you must have perseverance and prepare to dedicate 20 to 30 years to one single pursuit," end quote. So, there's red-hot views on either side of the thorium debate. Is it the clean revolution of the future, or do we cut our potential losses and stick with what we know? That is the question. So I'd love to hear what you guys think. These days, everyone is talking about fake news. Getting informed is more complicated than ever before, but who's going to do something about it? Well, today's sponsor, Ground News, is doing just that. Ground News is a website and app developed by a former NASA engineer. She was on a mission to give readers an easy, data-driven, objective way to read the news. Using this story of Trump saying that the US and Iran are close to a nuclear deal as an example, over 350 news outlets covered this story. Left-leaning outlets are skeptical of the Iran nuclear deal negotiations. They portray Trump's rhetoric as aggressive and destabilizing. The right-wing outlets, on the other hand, call this a victory, using terms like huge, caves, and crush them into oblivion. Let's take a look at some sources and see how the issue is framed. On the left, the publication News and Record states, Trump claims US, Iran sort of have an agreement. And Responsible Statecraft states, zero enrichment fantasies will lead us to war. Meanwhile, on the right, the Daily Wire frames it as, nearly every congressional Republican wants Trump to show no mercy with Iran deal. I can compare every single article on the topic with convenient tags. Tags that show me context about the source, like how factual it is. On the right-hand side of the screen, we can see the bias distribution, 25% left, 44% center, and 32% right. I've personally found Ground News to be a valuable tool when researching more controversial topics. It makes it much easier to have a well-rounded understanding of a topic, versus manually looking for opposing views to contrast. Ground News' blind spot feed is also great. This shows you stories that have been underreported by one side of the political spectrum. For example, if you're on the left, you may have missed this story about satellite imagery, revealing what's alleged to be a secret Iranian nuclear weapons facility. So, Ground News is a fantastic tool for getting international views, shifting through misinformation, and identifying bias. They provide you all the tools you need to be a critical thinker. Today, Ground News is offering 40% off their Vantage subscription. This comes with a feature called My News Bias, so you can even track your news viewing habits over time. To get started, go to ground.news/coldfusion. Anyway, that's about it from me. Thanks for watching. My name is Dagogo. If you want to see anything else on science, technology, or business, feel free to subscribe to Cold Fusion. There's plenty of interesting topics here. Alright, so I'll see you again soon for the next episode. Cheers, guys. Have a good one.
Cold Fusion. It's new thinking.
Geographically speaking, South Korea should be poor. Fractionally larger than the state of Indiana, South Korea isn't big, and unlike Indiana, it's not agriculturally productive. The nation is rugged and steep to the extent that only 22% of its land is actually arable. Worse still, this rocky disposition doesn't make up for its agricultural shortcomings through any sort of mineral wealth. South Korea has coal, but not much, as it ranks 49th globally in proven reserves, far behind even its dirt-poor neighbor to the north. And perhaps most problematic is the fact that the country's 81st in the world in natural gas reserves and is tied dead last in oil with none at all. And all of these are only the domestic challenges. Zoom out from the Rocky Peninsula, and the region's a who's who of past and present powerhouses. Squeezed through history by empires around it and limited natural resources, South Korea should be poor. But it's not. It's rich. By nominal GDP, South Korea has the 10th largest economy in the world, a fact that has much to do with a single company. Before there was a Republic of Korea, and before there was a war to define the economic doctrine of Korea, there was a grocery trading shop in the southern city of Daegu that dealt in fish and noodles and went by the name of Samsung. While the shop's owner, Lee Byung-chul, couldn't have known it in 1938, his business would soon serve as the backbone of one of the most dramatic economic transformations of the 20th century, what economists would come to call the Miracle on the Han River. Now, miracle is a bit of a misnomer. Ultimately, what took South Korean GDP from here to here, an 100-fold growth over 40 years, was extraordinary but also explainable. It was a function of successful long-term planning combining forces with savvy opportunists. It was also, in part, a function of the fact that in 1950, South Korea nearly ceased to exist at all. By August of that year, South Korean forces had little land left to defend after the Communist North had taken all but this corner of the peninsula. From a southern perspective, it was the bleakest point in the war. But war, and South Korea's reversal of fortunes in the years that followed, created opportunity. In the midst of the Korean War's wreckage, Lee pivoted. In 1953, with leftover Japanese colonial assets selling for cents on the dollar, and much of South Korea's already meager industrial infrastructure in ruin, Lee launched Choi Jidang, a sugar refinery, then, in the year following, Choi Mojik, a wool mill, both under what could now be considered the Samsung Group. For Lee, it was a logical progression, as South Koreans desperately needed everyday products and food, while South Korea's first president, Syngman Rhee, had begun funneling international aid to allied industrialists in hopes of reducing reliance on imports. Rhee's government funded the construction of facilities and the importation of raw sugar for Lee's new projects, and soon, with few to compete with in a war-torn nation, and after a few timely expansions, the Samsung Group became the nation's 4th largest borrower. With cozy political connections and a stronghold over critical industry, the Samsung Group took off. In the years that followed, it acquired Hankook Fire and Marine Insurance and Chohung Bank, while also becoming a major shareholder in 4 other banks. Less than a decade after acquiring that first sugar refinery, Samsung was the peninsula's most powerful conglomerate, and Lee's net worth was estimated to represent 19% of all South Korean wealth. The company had burst into a massive success. The problem was, while South Korea had distributed Western recovery funds and done away with feudal land practices, South Koreans were still poor, and the country was still overwhelmingly agricultural and underdeveloped, issues that came to a head when the military overthrew Rhee's government in 1961. South Korea's economic rise began under a new leader, Park Chung-hee. With a laser-like focus on expanding industrial exports and maximizing South Korea's human capital, GDP growth shot skyward, only dipping under 9% annually on 3 occasions from 1963 to 1978. Driving this growth more than anything were the conglomerates. While Park had publicly stated plans of crushing Korean monopolies that rose through shady dealings in the post-war period during his rise to power, his presidency took a different approach. Rather than breaking the conglomerates up, he assigned them the exportation era's most critical task: getting Korean-made goods to the wider world. With the government providing cheap steel, a plethora of subsidies, lenient loans, and tax breaks to major manufacturers, the likes of Samsung, LG, Hyundai, and SK Group did just that, expanding vertically and horizontally. These family-controlled, government-aided corporate groups came to be known as chaebols, a term that entered common Korean parlance during the 60s and 70s as the institutions grew. In the 70s and 80s, chaebols dominated, pulling the South Korean economy up as they pushed their products out to the world. Samsung launched TVs, then semiconductors, then mobile phones for export. Hyundai sold cars on the international market, and LG opened up a factory in Huntsville, Alabama. Though South Korean citizens came to argue over the role of chaebols in politics and society, what wasn't up for debate was the remarkably positive impacts they had on everyday standards of life. Life expectancy doubled from 1950 to 1990, while infant mortality cratered to less than 1/10 of what it was at the war's end. All the while, chaebols showed no sign of slowing. Through the turn of the century, South Korea's GDP continued to grow, and even with the death of Lee Byung-chul in 1987, Samsung continued to expand globally and dominate domestically under the guidance of his son, Lee Kung-hee. Today, just 7 decades on from the company's prescient pivot, South Korea is Samsung, and Samsung is South Korea. For the average resident, it's a relationship with a corporation as deep as that with the government itself, perhaps best demonstrated through a single eye-popping statistic. Year after year, just about 20% of the entire nation's GDP is made up of Samsung Group revenue. The only single entity that can rival that is the South Korean government, whose spending typically makes up 20 to 25% of GDP. This staggering degree of economic concentration makes even the most extreme examples in the rest of the world appear routine. Japan's biggest company, Toyota, accounts for about 5% of GDP, while the US's, Walmart, sits at just 2.5%. An entire fifth of an economy being attributed to a single company, especially a single company controlled by a single family in a major advanced diversified economy, is absolutely unparalleled, even at a global scale. Undoubtedly, this exceptional centrality permeates into everyday life. Young people, and especially their parents, tend to fixate on the singular path towards becoming the so-called Samsung man. It's considered the pinnacle of success to have passed all the academic and social hurdles necessary to be deemed worthy to work at the country's largest company, and therefore this idealistic vision is encapsulated across South Korean society. Characters in pursuit of a position at the company even borders on cliché as a plot point in the country's film and television. Just as American youth might fixate on moving to LA to make it into Hollywood or living in New York to break into big business, Korean kids prepare their entire childhood to apply for the opportunity to pack into testing centers along with 100,000 others to take the biannual Samsung aptitude test, hoping to score high enough to get recruiters' attention. Hundreds of thousands won't even be allowed to take the test, then all but a few thousand won't advance past it, leaving legions of disappointed youth who move on to the next layer in the social hierarchy of careers, working for the smaller, lesser chaebols like Hyundai or LG. For those that don't succeed there, they move on to the country's small and medium-sized employers, a fact they will try to hide from extended family and friends due to its characterization as failure. This centrality of focus can perhaps be attributed partially to the extent that Samsung has permeated into South Korean life. When you buy a smartphone in South Korea, you buy it from Samsung. When you need life insurance in South Korea, you purchase a policy with Samsung. When you take the ferry in South Korea, you step onto a ship built by Samsung. When you go to the theme park in South Korea, you once again pay your money to Samsung. This convoluted, seemingly scattershot structure of the conglomerate is reflective of the way that Samsung has followed and captured opportunity wherever it exists through history, and has actually been a critical factor in the Lee family's continued grip on power. Today, there are 59 major Samsung affiliate companies, although, like many aspects of Samsung's ownership structure, this is a soft, subjective definition, as so much of the way in which control is held across the empire is soft and subjective. But let's say there were just 2 affiliates, one of which wholly owned by the Lee family, one of which wholly owned by outside investors, both worth $50 million respectively. Now, most major business decisions are settled with a simple majority, meaning to approve a budget for the next year, for example, just 50% worth of shareholders plus 1 needs to vote affirmatively. So that's to say, 49.9% of the Lee family ownership in the first affiliate is effectively worthless from a control perspective, at least for most decisions. So what they could do is sell that 49.9%, buy 49.9% of the other affiliate, then use a tiny bit of extra cash to get up to 50% plus 1 ownership of both affiliates. It's essentially the same amount of money invested, but 2 companies under Lee family control instead of 1. But now using their control of both of these companies, they could instruct each to use annual operating profit to buy up 50% plus 1 ownership in a third affiliate, rather than paying it back to themselves and the other owners, which would be subject to income tax. And while they wouldn't directly own the third affiliate, they would control it because they control the first 2 affiliates, which control the third. And even then, while 50% plus 1 ownership is technically needed for control, in practice it's often overkill as it only becomes relevant in a case of complete dissent by every other shareholder, which is rare, especially when one has generated the degree of cult of personality that the Lee family has. So the E family might only need 30 or 40% direct or indirect control of a given affiliate if another 10 or 20% is owned by trustworthy, allied, outside investors. Through the decades, these and other systems have compounded to create this: a scattered, convoluted web of ownership that can confuse even the savviest financial analysts, but ultimately results in what matters to the Lee family most: complete control of the entire empire. But these structures are tenuous, especially when someone dies. South Korea has one of the highest inheritance taxes in the world, 50%. That means that 50% of the value of assets goes to the government when they're passed from one generation to the next. Therefore, if Lee Kung-hee, for example, passed $5 billion in shares to his son, Lee Jae-young, the heir would have to find some $2.5 billion to pay the government, which he likely could only do by selling $2.5 billion worth of shares, therefore losing the voting power that they bestow. This hypothetical started to feel far more concrete in May of 2014 due to this: the heart attack of Lee Kung-hee. The chairman survived, but only barely. As he sat comatose in a hospital bed at the Samsung Medical Center for days, weeks, months, and eventually years, his children were thrown into a power struggle as they used the time to craft a plan that would keep Samsung in family control after paying inheritance taxes upon their father's inevitable and seemingly impending death. This was difficult, the numbers were tough, and so it required some creativity. Perhaps too much. Two of the most critical links in the E family ownership web were Samsung Construction and Trading, or CNT, and Choi Industries, each of which, as two of the oldest Samsung affiliates, acted primarily as de facto holding companies of sorts. But E family control of CNT, and therefore electronics, engineering, chemicals, and the other affiliates partially owned by CNT, was fading as outside, increasingly hostile investors continued to buy in. If Lee Kung-hee never awoke from his coma, the 50% inheritance tax would be a death blow, and the house of cards would crumble. Therefore, a plan. They'd merge CNT and Choi. While quantifying their control of each is difficult due to the extent of their soft, informal control, what's important to know is that E control of Choi was much stronger than that of CNT, so what would make the restructuring productive for them would be if it overvalued Choi and undervalued CNT, so that post-merger, they'd effectively end up with more relative control over the new combined de facto holding company, and therefore more control over the entire empire without having spent a cent. So they proposed exactly that. An objectively bad deal. One CNT share would convert to 0.35 Choi shares. CNT shareholders, and specifically its largest, American hedge fund Elliott, started campaigning against the merger, arguing that Choi was objectively worth about $3.42 billion, but a merger ratio of 0.35 inflated its value to $4.08 billion, effectively gifting hundreds of millions of dollars in value to the E's straight from the pockets of CNT shareholders. It was an unbelievably good deal for the family, but they couldn't do it alone. Unlike most business decisions, which the E family could directly control through their de facto simple majority, mergers and acquisitions require supermajority approval of 2/3 of shareholders. They could get most of the way there themselves, but to push it over the edge, they needed to convince CNT shareholders to vote against their own interests. But there was one whale. The single largest outside shareholder, with 11.6% of ownership, was the South Korean National Pension Service, which was run by the Ministry of Health and Welfare, which was run by the South Korean government, which at the time was run by President Park Geun-hye. That's to say, if they could get to President Park, she might be able to get to the pension service. Conveniently, they had a back door. Longtime Park confidant and daughter of an influential cult leader, Choi Soon-si. It was an open secret among South Korea's power brokers that Choi, despite holding no official position in Park's government, exerted deep influence over the president's decision-making, even to the extent of picking out outfits, editing speeches, and making specific policy propositions. On the surface, Choi worked as the owner of an Italian restaurant in Seoul's ritzy Gangnam neighborhood, but politicians and business people were often seen walking up to the 3rd floor to her office, where she solicited donations for 2 nonprofits she had set up: the Mir and K Sports Foundations, supposedly dealing with cultural exchanges and sports-related projects, but in practice acting as the top of the funnel in a complex, globe-spanning money laundering scheme. Samsung, at the direction of E.J. Young, donated a combined $36 million to Choi's foundations, and while still little is known about the specific inner workings, soon after, the state pension fund voted in favor of C&T and Choi's merger, the measure passed, the two companies combined, and the E family shored up control of the Samsung empire into the next generation. Of course, we now know about this. We know how Park influenced the pension fund, we know how Choi influenced Park, and we know how E.J. Young influenced Choi. Clearly, the secret was spilled, a massive scandal erupted, Park was impeached and jailed, E.J. Young was indicted and jailed, but today, everything's pretty much back to normal. Park was pardoned and freed in 2021, then 1 year later, so too was E.J. Young, and as of October 27th, 2022, following the death of his father in 2020 after years in that hospital bed, E.J. Young was appointed chairman of the Samsung Group. Social order was returned. The E family power was maintained. This is a familiar refrain. In fact, E.J. Young's legal troubles are practically a mirror image of his father's from a decade before. Lee Kun-hee was sentenced to 3 years in jail in 2008 for, among other things, bribery, but only 1 year later was pardoned by the president so that he could remain on the International Olympic Committee and shepherd South Korea's bid for the 2018 Games through. While that was the publicly stated reason, Lee Kun-hee was later revealed to have used bribery to convince the president to pardon him for his bribery charges. Similar justifications were used in summer 2022 with the pardon of E.J. Young. Samsung, South Korean business groups, and even the US Chamber of Commerce had been lobbying for years for a pardon, and while on parole, Lee still acted as de facto leader of Samsung, even meeting with President Biden in May 2022. So 2 months on, President Yoon Suk-yeol justified Lee's pardon in a straightforward manner, saying that as the only realistic family heir to the Samsung chairmanship, his leadership was necessary to guide the country's largest company as both recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic. This justification isn't that far-fetched. While undoubtedly unfair, considering the sheer degree of economic influence Samsung has on South Korea, it might be pragmatic. The ends might genuinely justify the means. But it does perpetuate the cycle that seemingly cannot be broken. South Korea, and especially South Korean politicians, cannot survive without Samsung. But to an extent, Samsung can survive without South Korea. It can always restructure, relocate, and refocus away from the nation in the long term. This power structure of enterprise above nation is inherent to a situation where such a large company exists in such a small country, but it's hard to believe it's tenable. Corporations can't run countries, and public dissent towards Samsung is growing in younger generations, lacking the sympathy born from viewing the company's integral role in the nation's ascent, are increasingly fighting back against the cronyism and corruption. It's tough to know which house of cards will crumble first. Will it be the convoluted ownership structure that keeps the E family in control, or will it be the tenuous power balance between Samsung and South Korea, knocked down by the very people that make up the entirety of both venerable institutions? For those of you that have demonstrated that you like this type of video by staying till the end, I have some suggestions on what to watch next that I'm sure you'll like. First, I start with Polymatter's excellent series, China Actually, which demystifies how one of the world's most consequential countries really works by answering questions like why China won't abandon its zero COVID policies and how the nation manages to survive without essentially any major international allies. Then I'd watch the episode of Real Life Lore series Modern Conflicts on the Korean conflict in the 21st century. It provides amazing insight into what's kept the tenuous peace and how that could crumble and threaten major multinationals like Samsung. Both of these series and far, far more are exclusive to Nebula, which is no surprise considering Polymatter, Real Life Lore, myself, and loads of other creators teamed up, founded Nebula, and designed it from the ground floor to be the best home to the stuff we make. Over 50,000 Wendover viewers have believed that enough to sign up so far, but to explain to those of you who haven't, the idea behind Nebula was to remove many of the perverse incentives that compromises video quality on ad-supported platforms like YouTube. By putting it behind a paywall, we're incentivized as creators to make the absolute best videos that will keep you all subscribed, rather than incentivized to just make the videos that will make you click and zone out. We use these subscription fees to pay to run the service, to provide ongoing revenue to Nebula creators, and to fund our big budget Nebula originals, which allows creators to pursue their big ambitious passion projects, which has led to some really good stuff, including all of these made by the Wendover team. Of course, even while being a good deal for the creators, we also want it to be a good deal for you all, our audience, and it really is thanks to our partnership with CuriosityStream. You see, they're an entirely different streaming service with a huge catalog of non-fiction shows and documentaries like David Attenborough's Light on the Earth about the amazing world of bioluminescent animals. They're running a deal where by subscribing to any of their memberships at curiositystream.com/Wendover, they'll give you a Nebula subscription for free for as long as you stay subscribed. They've even discounted their annual plan to under $15 a year, which means you get 2 streaming sites, both of which have great stuff that you'll actually watch, for less than you probably pay for a month of one of the big streamers. And even while doing that, you'll be helping support hundreds of independent creators that you probably already watch. So click the button on screen or head over to curiositystream.com/Wendover to sign up, and thanks in advance for your support. Before its economic reforms were called a miracle, before it stubbornly shut doors open to the wider world, before practically every single economic and quality of life metric shot up and to the right, China faced a crippling housing crisis. On the verge of a breathtaking rise, China, and especially urban China, was impossibly cramped. This is about the average footprint of a 1-bedroom apartment in Manhattan, for example. This is about the average footprint of the average American kitchen. And in 1980, this was the average living space per capita for urban China. Not until 1985 would this cross the 10-meter barrier, and not until the mid-1990s would it cross 15. To put such density in perspective, these are the average living spaces for other urban areas the world over in 1992, with only the likes of Tokyo, New Delhi, and Cairo in the neighborhood of the average urban Chinese living space. Of course, available space only goes so far in quantifying a housing crisis. Not only was urban China cramped at the onset of the world's largest domestic rural-to-urban migration, it was also dingy, dangerous, and decidedly anti-modern. In 1985, 90% of urban households didn't have piped gas, 70% didn't have sole access to toilets, and nearly 40% relied on shared kitchens and shared water taps. Rapid demographic change was partly to blame for China's housing problems, and so too were corruption and general poverty. But fundamentally, there was simply no strong incentive to build. Through the 80s, housing in China was the responsibility of the state. More specifically, housing came in one of 2 ways. It was procured and managed by the local government housing administration, or it was provided by state-owned enterprises. No matter how you got it, it was cheap, too. Considered a right, rent cost only 1 to 3% of average income, and these dues were not tethered to the cost of construction or maintenance. While ideologically coherent, this approach made additional housing construction a hard sell to central planners because, unlike investing in infrastructure or heavy industry, housing would generate no substantial revenue. With the state at once obligated and uninterested, and private development outright illegal, China's housing was bad and only getting worse. Then came Deng Xiaoping, and with him, a real estate revolution. The Chinese decades-long development boom started with this: a simple, single-sentence addition to Chapter 1, Article 10 of the Constitution of the People's Republic of China in 1988, that the right to the use of land may be transferred according to law. Vague and, in an era of economic reform and economic miracles easy to overlook, this line, justified in part by a series of smaller-scale pilot tests by the party, opened the floodgates. Unlike in freehold countries such as the US, all land in China is owned by the state, or in rural settings, collectives. This was the case before reform in the 1980s, and this is still the case today. But with reform came room for a host of middlemen. Now, the state still owned the land, but it granted smaller local and municipal governments the right to use land, to develop it how they saw fit. Local governments, in turn, looking to increase their own revenues for infrastructure projects or simply maintaining operations, could now sell these land use rights on to property developers who would then build out housing for a growing Chinese middle class that increasingly had the means to finance the purchase of a home at full cost. No longer was housing a need begrudgingly invested in by the state, but an opportunity. Local governments now had steady income streams through land sales, private developers had massive and growing demand to act on, and increasingly wealthy urban Chinese had increasing housing options and investment opportunities. Suddenly, what hadn't existed just years before, a private real estate and development sector, was red hot. Urban living space shot upward. So too did home ownership. From 1998 through 2002, Chinese developers built enough stock to house the entire population of the US. in the midst of an economic miracle, a housing miracle. Two things that couldn't be separated, as housing development didn't track alongside economic growth, but helped fuel it. According to the Sovereign Wealth Fund Institution's rankings, of the world's top 10 largest real estate companies by total assets, 6 are headquartered in either mainland China or in Hong Kong, but doing much of their business in mainland China. Of these, 4 of the largest land development companies the world over were founded in the 1990s or later, making their rise from nothing to the world's biggest in a construction-based industry nothing less than meteoric. Certainly, this rise can in part be explained by simply stepping in and filling an extreme void in supply, but it also has to do with strategy. Take the largest, for example. Evergrande's rise effectively began with this project when an 110 square meter footprint, formerly the home of a pesticide plant, came up for sale in the Haizu Industrial District. Turning the cheap land into aspirational apartments for a growing aspirational middle class, the project sold out in just 2 hours. Immediately, the company reinvested the earnings into 13 new projects across Guangzhou, and the push towards the top was unmistakably on. They weren't alone either, as uniform high-rises seemingly copied and pasted rose high into the sky around burgeoning cities and industrial areas. To the outside world, it was a boom. But considering Evergrande's business strategy, for those on the inside, it may have felt more like a race. To keep pace with competition, sky-high demand, and seemingly endless opportunity, Evergrande embraced a uniquely high-leverage strategy. Like any property developer, they'd fund construction through the combination of upfront buyer payments and borrowed money from banks, but the difference was just how much risk they'd tolerate. They didn't keep big cash reserves in case sales slowed down to make sure they'd make their bond payments. They didn't wait to see if one project proved profitable before taking on more debt for the next one. They truly just took on as much debt as possible and built as fast as possible, summing to an incredible amount of risk. But this risk was always rewarded because the projects always sold out. Growth was in hyperdrive as Evergrande went nationwide, breaking ground on hundreds of projects, then in the 2010s, nearing 1,000. As private developers built and built, housing prices only continued to rise while buyers continued to front down payments that, usually at 35% or more, dwarfed those of much of the rest of the developed world, signaling that the good times were only getting started. The impact was much broader than companies getting bigger, too. It offered a rare opportunity for the Chinese public to invest their money into an asset with a track record of consistent growth. It offered a major source of income to local governments, allowing for infrastructure development and social services. It created millions of jobs in one of the world's most active construction industries. What was once a crisis had now become a pillar of one of the world's mightiest economies. The only problem was, housing still wasn't doing a good job of actually housing. All those years of unimaginable growth inevitably led to unimaginable prices. Beijing's property prices per square foot were on par with Los Angeles's, Shenzhen's were about the same as Paris, and Shanghai's were nearly as high as London's. Yet, this was all in an economy where the average person earned somewhere between a fourth and sixth as much as those in the US, France, or UK. Globally, there are plenty of cities known for a fundamental mismatch between what people earn and what it costs to live there. In New York, for example, it takes 13 years of average income to pay for an average home. In Vancouver, meanwhile, it takes 16, while in London, an eye-popping 22. By 2018, in Shenzhen, though, it took 41 years of average income to buy an average house, a near impossible proposition. And in Shanghai and Beijing, that ratio was only worse. But perhaps most concerningly, from the perspective of China's central government, this did not appear to be the simple result of high demand clashing with constrained supply. After all, supply was at an all-time high. Almost a quarter of the country's housing units sat empty. There were millions upon millions of completely habitable apartments bought and paid for, but never inhabited. It just simply did not make sense for a country to simultaneously have some of the highest housing development rates in the world, some of the highest price growth rates in the world, and some of the highest housing vacancy rates in the world. Unless, of course, one considers the rather clear conclusion. The value of housing had decoupled from its actual utility. It had become so attractive as a store of wealth that it was being traded based on its role as a financial asset rather than its role as a place to live. This is a familiar and growing phenomena across the wealthy world. Institutional investors are as involved in residential real estate as ever, but the extent of the issue in China was on another level. In 2018, a full 87% of homebuyers already had another residence, indicating that, in a lot of cases, they were buying almost solely as an investment. From the perspective of the central government, this presented two issues. The first was the obvious. Skyrocketing prices made it increasingly difficult for everyone but the country's rich to find a place to live, which, as anywhere, has downstream effects in contracting labor supply even where it's in high demand. But the second issue was the more pressing one. The rapid expansion and vacancy rates demonstrated that the sales prices of property were stretching far beyond their intrinsic value. The prices weren't supported by the actual utility of the housing itself, and they weren't even supported by constrained supply. Rather, they were almost fully supported by the belief that prices would only continue to rise further. That's to say, the housing market had formed into a bubble. So, to avoid letting it burst on its own, the only question was when and how to pop it. The answer was August 2020. Then, the central government rolled out 3 red lines. 3 rules the property sector would have to follow or else face severe growth restrictions. Each was about reining in financial risk. First, developers couldn't have more in liabilities than 70% of the value of the assets the company itself owns. Second, developers couldn't owe more in debt than the totality of what the company itself is worth in equity. And third, developers couldn't owe more in short-term debt than what it has in cash at a given moment. Even if a developer did not violate any of the red lines, they'd be capped at 15% year-over-year growth in debt, while if they violated one, the cap would be 10%, 2, 5%, and if they violated all 3 red lines, they couldn't grow their debt obligations at all. But these 3 red lines were far from a theoretical threat. Evergrande, after all, had a debt-to-liability ratio of 81% and a cash-to-short-term debt ratio of 67%. They were over-leveraged and short on cash, meaning they violated 2 red lines. And their net debt-to-equity ratio was 99.8%, just a hair's breadth from the 3rd red line. And thus, their cycles started to break. Evergrande had millions upon millions of apartments already sold to buyers, yet not completed. To pay builders and suppliers and others to complete these projects, they had to borrow more, yet faced with new restrictions due to their violation of the 2 red lines, they just simply couldn't. So their cash reserves dwindled, their existing obligations remained the same, yet they had little ability to reverse course by launching new projects. And even if they could, the market had changed. China was both the first and last major economy with significant COVID restrictions. As much of the rest of the world regained a sense of normality, China elected to vaccinate its population with generally less effective, domestic-made traditional vaccines, as opposed to the more effective novel mRNA-based jabs used elsewhere. So, to quell the various outbreaks that still arose after widespread vaccination, the country maintained far stricter COVID policies than the rest of the world. Overall economic productivity declined, and therefore the entire economy and each individual's finances took a disproportionate hit. Simultaneously, the country's migrant worker class reversed course. Individuals who had previously moved from their rural hometowns to cities, seeking brighter economic prospects, returned home. During the pandemic, for the first time in recent history, the quantity of migrant workers in cities declined. While this was accelerated by lower demand for labor in cities during the pandemic, many also pointed to the high cost of housing as why the higher salaries in cities were no longer worth it. And finally, decades of demographic change were catching up with the nation. The steady decades-long decline in birth rates meant those in China's notably young core home-buying age, centered at 29 years old, were beginning to represent a smaller and smaller fraction of the overall population. Even if the overall population stayed steady, for the moment at least, the proportion likely to buy a home had begun to shrink. So Evergrande not only was prevented from taking on debt, it was also starting to struggle to generate money through additional sales of new projects. The 2 key money-generating stages in the cycle just were not working like they used to. But they still had debt to pay off and apartments to finish, so backed into a corner, the company started rummaging for cash. Rather inexplicably, in 2018, it had established an electric vehicle manufacturing division that itself, perhaps even more inexplicably, included a major senior care division, but in 2021, it courted Xiaomi to see if they would buy a majority stake. Talks eventually stalled and no sale was made. It also reportedly courted buyers for its stake in the championship-winning Guangzhou FC soccer club, but considering Evergrande was losing millions of dollars a year through that ownership, it also failed to sell. It was able to sell off its 18% stake in an entertainment joint venture with Tencent for $273 million, but this was ultimately a drop in the bucket compared to what the company needed to right the ship. So ultimately, the death spiral began on Monday, December 6, 2021, not with a bang, and not even with a whimper, but rather with just simply nothing. That day marked the end of a grace period for already late payments on a set of bonds, but it came and went without payment or even an explanation of when payment might come. Then Tuesday passed with nothing more, and Wednesday, and by Thursday, with investors still unpaid, Fitch Ratings, one of the world's big three credit rating agencies, declared Evergrande in default. This was effectively the official, although largely ceremonial signal to the financial world that they should not lend money to Evergrande because they might not get it back. As a property developer, a business model almost entirely centered around debt, default is pretty close to the end of the line. Even if the company could get loans, they'd be at such a high interest rate to offset the risk to the lender that the effective cost of property development would be uncompetitive relative to the market. In fact, Evergrande did have an easier time than the average company in such a dire situation finding lenders, since many believed the company was too big to fail, such an instrumental part of the Chinese economy that the CCP would bail it out to avoid an economic crisis. But that bailout never came. After a year or two sputtering along, restructuring debt, shedding off assets, cost-cutting, in January 2024, a court in Hong Kong determined that it was just simply impossible. Evergrande could not be saved, the cycle could not be restarted, and the only option was to strip it for parts and make creditors as whole as possible. But the crux of China's challenge is that this isn't just an Evergrande issue. While it was the largest, most dramatic example highlighted in international media, the forces that slayed the giant are putting pressure on almost every single property developer. Country Garden, another giant, appears just months behind Evergrande, and after years on life support is teetering towards liquidation. Dozens of other developers are in default, and over $100 billion of debt payments from the Chinese property sector have failed to get paid. There are quite a number of forces putting pressure on the Chinese economy. Their demographic shift, their deindustrialization, their increasing insularity, but the way the property sector has weaved itself so integrally through the nation means it serves to magnify every single one of those issues. At base, the fact that the sector accounts for an outsized portion of its gross domestic product means it simultaneously can account for an outsized drag on gross domestic product. But it also has a propensity for negatively impacting the demographics of people most central to China's economy. Stock market crashes, for example, have an impact on all, but impact those who have a higher portion of their income in the stock market most, which tends to be wealthier individuals and institutions. The Chinese property sector, however, is a key source of savings and investment for the nation's middle class. This demographic is the one most likely to have an outsized portion of their net worth tied up in a single Evergrande apartment that might now never exist. Money has just simply disappeared, and there's a gaping hole in the middle of the Chinese economy. The Chinese property sector was always going to collapse. Its highly leveraged, debt-fueled foundation was never strong enough to support itself in anything but the most gangbusters periods of growth. It was fundamentally flawed from the get-go, so some sort of crisis always had to happen. So what's happening in the Chinese economy is essentially a controlled demolition. But this does represent a uniquely tenuous position for the central government. The Chinese social contract, unsaid but always understood, is that individuals sacrifice personal liberty in exchange for common economic prosperity. While dissent of course appears, since nobody truly gets a choice whether to make that trade-off, a huge portion of the population wholeheartedly believes in this social contract. After all, it's hard to argue with the means when the end is 800 million people lifted out of poverty. But that's now history. If Xi Jinping can't deliver his end of the bargain, if the common economic prosperity wanes, then the question in everyone's minds is why they should have to deliver theirs. Think about how much time you spend in a day waiting for a meeting to start, for the bus, for the laundry to finish. You, like anyone, probably fill up that time by scrolling Twitter or TikTok or Instagram, but I don't know many people who feel better after scrolling through a social media site. I think it's worth filling up that interstitial time with something that does leave you feeling better, and if you're the average Wendover viewer, for you that probably means some sort of learning. Of course, it's tough to fit learning into those small pockets of the day, but that's why I recommend our sponsor, Brilliant.org, so much. They're a STEM learning platform that has taken these big, daunting subjects like calculus or applied probability or neural networks and broken them down into bite-sized chunks. Not only that, but they have a unique teaching style that focuses on teaching intuitive principles first, then pulling them together into the bigger concepts. As someone who always struggled in school with STEM subjects, I find that Brilliant.org really makes these previously inaccessible topics approachable, which I find amazing considering how daunting some of them seem. And with their mobile app, you can start a course on your computer, then finish it on the bus. I'd especially recommend their new course on how large language models work. We hear so much about things like ChatGPT now, so I found it fascinating to finally understand how these actually work, and if anything, I was surprised how simple the concept behind it actually is. So if you want to fit more learning into your life, you can try everything they have to offer for free for a full 30 days. Just visit brilliant.org/Wendover or click the link in the description, and you'll also get 20% off an annual premium subscription.
This episode is brought to you by Brilliant. Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. How did a 1979 panel with David Attenborough result in this? It's a strange question, but hear me out. In the late 1970s, David Attenborough was having trouble entering China to film his documentaries. He decided to join a committee panel in China in order to change this. Attenborough just happened to ask a Chinese high-up official, Deng Xiaoping, what China was going to do about their rapidly growing population. In answering David's question, it was here, on this panel, that China's one-child policy would be revealed to the world. This policy decision would cascade into a myriad of problems, both demographic and economic. I've covered China's broader economic woes in the previous video, so check the link below if you haven't caught it yet. But as for our story, in China, there was now too few young people.
The world's most populous country has hit an historic turning point. Today, China announced its first population decline in 6 decades.
Government data shows the birth rate at a record low, with the fewest babies born last year since the founding of Communist China in 1949.
But things would only get worse in July of 2022, when a data leak showed that Chinese authorities have overcounted the population by over 100 million young people. China now has too many residential buildings and not enough buyers. With the real estate market about 30% of China's GDP and 70% of Chinese wealth tied up in the sector, I don't have to tell you that this is a big deal. At the center of the crisis is Evergrande, which was once one of China's largest property developers by sales. It had 1,300 real estate projects in over 280 cities in China, housing 12 million people. Yet the company is over $320 billion in debt, making it the world's most indebted real estate company. With the company filing for bankruptcy and some high-up officials being arrested, analysts fear that this could be China's Lehman Brothers moment. Since the Chinese economy is the second largest on the planet, it's not hard to see why a total real estate collapse would send shockwaves throughout the world. Now that we have all of this context, how bad will it get? To find out, let's take a deeper look into Evergrande itself.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
Before we continue, I just want to introduce today's sponsor, Brilliant. A lot of the topics I cover on this channel may seem complicated to some, but now there's an easy and fun way to learn more about them. Brilliant's interactive courses on anything from computer science to physics make learning fun and easy. As I've mentioned before, I really like their Artificial Neural Networks course. I think that first principles understanding is important. It was a great way to brush up on the fundamentals of modern AI systems. If you want to brush up on your learning, either for leisure or in your professional career, you can get started for free for 30 days, and the first 200 people to sign up get 20% off an annual plan. visit the URL brilliant.org/coldfusion to get started. Okay, so let's continue. Evergrande was more than a property developer. You might be surprised to know that they dipped their toes into far-reaching fields as far as EVs and theme parks. For example, Evergrande New Energy had ambitious goals to compete with Tesla in China and dominate the EV industry by 2025. They were planning 14 different car models and 5 million cars per year. Evergrande Spring produces bottled water and claimed to be China's largest water source. Evergrande also owned not one, but 4 soccer teams, and they participated in China's professional league. Evergrande operated 15 theme parks under the name Fairyland, which aimed to beat Disneyland in both size and service. However, beneath the surface, these lofty adventures were funded by a pile of growing debt, but more on that later. Evergrande began as a small company in Guangzhou in 1996. They grew into a giant due to a lucky break that happened in the 1990s. Economic progress in China had lifted millions from poverty and into the middle class. And what do middle class people want? Houses, and lots of them. In 1998, China allowed households to buy and sell apartments. With countless millions gaining prosperity over the following years, there was a huge surge in housing demand. The government incentivized home ownership. They relaxed mortgage rules, gave tax benefits, and allowed easy bank lending. Meanwhile, Evergrande's founder, Hui Kai-yan, saw his chance. To get started, he strategically acquired land at favorable prices from local governments, often providing upfront payments and ambitious sales targets for his employees. This approach led to the company's successful IPO in Hong Kong in 2009, and it transformed its founder into a billionaire. From 2010 to 2020, Evergrande's revenue increased year on year. At its peak, Evergrande had a market value of $47 billion and assets worth $353 billion. Its portfolio expanded from residential to include commercial real estate, hotels, resorts, schools, hospitals, sports stadiums, and cultural centers. But all would not remain well for the property giant. A series of events would threaten Evergrande and the stability of the Chinese economy as a whole. Evergrande's growth strategy was straightforward. First, they would borrow money for land acquisition, and then sell these homes to buyers before the homes were even built. They would then use the proceeds to repay lenders and fund the next project. This approach, while lucrative, bore the resemblance of a classic Ponzi scheme, the consequences of which would come back to haunt Evergrande. It was an aggressive, unsustainable expansion strategy. In order to work, it relied heavily on perpetual borrowing, and it worked well for 2 decades, but came at a steep cost. And that cost was a huge amount of debt. But Evergrande's massive debt wasn't its only problem. Betting on property, a national pastime in China, was causing further economic problems to brew beneath the surface. Property ownership is very important in Chinese culture. Some men even deem it necessary to find a life partner. During China's one-child policy, parents sadly preferred to keep only male children. As a result, today, men outnumber women for those in their mid-40s and below. And usually, if a man couldn't afford his own property, their parents would help chip in. Over the past few decades, property demand has been driven, in a small part, due to romantic reasons. As demand for property caused the market to overheat, even more fuel was added to the fire, and this included a lack of other stable investment options in China. Investing in real estate is preferred to stocks or bonds, as it's seen as safer and more profitable. 2. Easy access to credit through online platforms and relaxed lending standards. This helped China's household debt to GDP ratio surge from 18% in 2009 to a staggering 63.3% by March 2023, a 3-fold increase in just 15 years. Number 3. An increasing trend in property speculation. Many investors bought properties in developing areas, intending to sell them later at a higher price. Before long, tiny apartments in Shanghai were fetching Sydney, London, or New York type prices, despite the wages in Chinese cities being much lower. Currently, about 70% of household wealth is invested in real estate. So, Thinking that there was more demand than there actually was, Evergrande overbuilt in some areas. But why would they think that there was more people left to buy houses than there actually were? It could be because of this next point. The one-child policy was enacted on faulty data. The literal rocket scientist who calculated the projected population of China, Song Jian, forgot to factor in declining birth rates due to women getting educated and contraceptive proliferation. His predictions ended up being completely wrong, the consequences of which would be very serious. Last year, births in China dropped sharply to 9.56 million. That sounds like a lot, but it's the fewest since 1790. And things just get worse. A 2022 data leak from the records of Shanghai police showed the details of 1 billion Chinese people. The leak is believed to be authentic, and it paints a staggering picture. The population has been overcounted by over 100 million people. To give you an idea of the scale of the problem, the Chinese government 2020 census showed that there were 18.4 million people who were born in 2017, 30% more that were born in 2002. But the 2022 leaked data says that there weren't 30% more people born in this year, but 70% fewer born than in 2002. This isn't just a miscalculation, but a complete demographic disaster in the making. Soon, there's just not going to be enough young people to support the aging generation. Demographer Yi Fuxian has looked closely into China for over a decade. His findings line up squarely with the data leaks, giving them more credibility. In short, Chinese property developers built for a projected population boom, which never happened. And to add to this, youth unemployment has hit 21.3%, making buying a property increasingly hard for the younger generation.
6岁到28岁左右，这些人他们很难找到工作的。你现在有影响吗？你感觉了吗？
对对对，这个体感是蛮强烈的。这个就是确实是现在就失业率是比较高。
是。
然后呢，因为确实就中国的这个本科毕业生特别多嘛，就大家都觉得自己是大学生，然后有很多工作觉得放不下身段去做。因为我们年轻人确实不像老一辈嘛，他会觉得说自己需要很多的储蓄或者怎么样。年轻人可能观念会更开放一点，觉得自己我可能不会想特别多很往后的事情。
The culmination of all of these factors have created vivid imagery of the problem. Eerily empty concrete husks that dot the skyline in certain regions. While sometimes these developments eventually see habitation, today, more often than not, they sit empty. No sounds of cars or people, just empty concrete towers, and in some cases, they're completely demolished in one of the most spectacular examples of wasted resources. As both demand for housing and China's population growth have slowed down in recent years, developers like Evergrande are facing even more pressure to sell their properties to repay their debts. But collecting revenue from property sales has been proving harder than first thought. While the housing market was red hot, Xi Jinping was watching with a keen eye. The property sector was getting out of control and action needed to be taken fast. In 2020, Xi Jinping ordered the authorities to implement strict and stringent regulations that would shake Evergrande and China as a whole. These would be known as the famous 3 red lines, a strict debt reduction and financial compliance policy that had one main goal: to reduce the economy's heavy reliance on the property sector, which was now approaching 30% of GDP. Evergrande, as well as many other developers, failed to meet these requirements. They continued to accumulate debt. Evergrande spent huge sums of money on costly land acquisitions and overbuilding during the property market frenzy. Ventures into unrelated sectors such as electric cars and theme parks had little to no profitability. Moreover, the company lacked transparency and engaged in deceptive financial practices, concealing its true debt and cash flow from regulators and investors. All these factors created the perfect storm for Evergrande. By 2021, Evergrande owed over $300 billion. And this was owed to banks, bondholders, suppliers, and investors. To put that into perspective, that is more money than the GDP of Finland or Pakistan. In total, Chinese developers had debts exceeding $5 trillion. Stop and think about that for a second. Throw in the Chinese government's zero-COVID policies, the strictest lockdown in the world, and there was a great level of uncertainty and risk around the property sector. The stage was set. Evergrande announced a trading halt in October 2021. However, it didn't give details on why. The trading suspension lasted for 17 months, and during that period, Evergrande's woes deepened. A liquidity crisis, numerous defaults on bond payments, plunging share prices, and junk ratings from credit agencies. In 2021 alone, the company lost $81 billion. Customers were also disgruntled with their unfinished properties. Investors demanded refunds or compensation. This series of setbacks over the last few years have eroded Evergrande's market value by 99%. From a record high of $42 billion to the company now worth $1 billion today. On August 17, 2023, Evergrande made a final attempt to save itself from collapse by seeking Chapter 15 bankruptcy protection in a New York court. This form of bankruptcy protects the US assets of foreign companies from creditors during debt restructuring in their home country. In doing this, Evergrande hoped to avoid potential legal actions by US bondholders while it facilitated its restructuring process in China. This kind of bankruptcy protection doesn't guarantee a successful debt restructuring or even default avoidance, because it still requires approval from Chinese courts and regulators. Another massive Chinese real estate developer, Country Garden, would overtake Evergrande, but they would also instantly trip over. Country Garden lost $7.1 billion in the first 6 months of 2023. Investors concerned about potential debt defaults have sent its stock plummeting. Meanwhile, Evergrande's shares resumed trading on August 27, 2023, 17 months after that trading halt. And it was a disaster.
Increasingly more information about what's happening with restructurings. Of course, the poster child of this is Evergrande. Reported results in the weekend. It's resuming trade today. This one's going through the floor, isn't it?
Yes. It'll, just like many of the other developers that have resumed after a year plus of activity, Evergrande investors have 17 months of news to react to. So since then, we've had $85 billion of losses that Evergrande has reported over the last 2.5 years.
Instantly, there was a massive sell-off, and the stock plunged 87% in just one day. This wiped out $2.2 billion in market value. On September 18, 2023, some arrests were made at Evergrande Financial Wealth Management. It's not clear what the arrests were for, but police have only stated that they were, quote, suspected criminals. The stock fell another 25% on the news. And with that swift decline, it's looking like the once powerful giant has fallen. Evergrande's collapse is unprecedented in Chinese history. It's affected various sectors and people, from iron ore miners to steel and cement producers, home retail businesses, construction workers, and more. As the net worth of Chinese citizens reduces with property prices, spending in local and international markets will decrease. As mentioned in the previous video, if the Australian government doesn't diversify its trading exports, there could be a ripple effect here. The US, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, many Western nations in Europe, and the global economy will be affected if current trajectory continues. And remember the middle-class investors that we spoke about earlier in the video? Many of these home buyers now have paid deposits on unfinished properties. It's another issue in this calamity. Evergrande has pre-sold more than 1.4 million homes that have not yet been delivered. Many buyers are families who invested their life savings, and now they risk losing their money on these homes. We may talk a lot about numbers and policy decisions, but this is the true human cost. Overall, new construction is down 24.5% just this year alone. Prices in some areas have fallen by as much as 25% from their October 2021 peaks. The banks and other financial institutions that lent money to Evergrande could face problems of their own. For Evergrande, there's about $20 billion owed to foreign investors. This isn't to mention the Belt and Road Initiative by China, carried out in over 149 different countries. Evergrande was one of the biggest buyers of construction materials. So it's clear to see that with Evergrande's bankruptcy spilling into global markets, the knock-on effects could change the livelihood and well-being of millions of people, not just in China, but overseas. As quoted by Fortune magazine on August 17, 2023, Chinese real estate may be the world economy's most important single sector. So, Is this China's Lehman Brothers moment? Well, the answer is not so simple. Yes, both cases involved a highly leveraged and opaque sectors that were critical to the economy and financial system, and both had an element of global risk. However, it's important to note the distinctions. China has an advantage in a state-controlled banking system, though whether you call that an advantage or not depends on your view. Regardless, the Chinese government has already supported the banking sector with liquidity and relaxed some regulations to ease the pressure on the property market. But there's no indication that they're going to bail out Evergrande or any of the other developers that are in trouble. Authorities might even use accounting methods to avoid major bank failures. This opinion was shared by George Mangus, a research associate at Oxford University's China Centre. He states, quote, "In a state banking system, the authorities can move liabilities around the financial system and use extend and pretend accounting to ensure that major banks don't fail and that smaller ones can be made good or managed as necessary. China also has a huge foreign exchange reserve and tight capital flow control. Unlike the United States, which is the world's biggest debtor nation, China is actually the world's biggest creditor nation. But all of this doesn't mean that there's going to be no damage. There are legitimate concerns about the global impacts given the size and influence of China's real estate economy. Right now, it's about damage control, but it's going to take time, maybe even years, to revive the industry. Once consumer sentiment changes so drastically in a housing market, that's hard to bring back. So in conclusion, Evergrande's collapse marks a significant challenge for China. As we look ahead, the stakes are exceptionally high for major industry players in the country. At the same time, it's a tense moment for those whose financial futures are in jeopardy. At this stage, the only things that would stop this from getting worse is government intervention or a stabilization of house prices. On a final note, China does have many state-owned property entities, so it's very possible that they could just take over and stem the bleeding. It's a totally different kind of economy, and with murky data, it's difficult for anyone to provide a concrete analysis. But in saying all of this, as is always the case, this unfolding financial disaster comes down to reckless financial decisions damaging lives. But this time, there's some dodgy government population estimates to go along with it. So what are your thoughts on this matter? Let me know in the comment section below. I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting discussion. Anyway, that's about it from me. My name is Dagogo, and you've been watching Cold Fusion. If you want to see anything else on science, technology, or business, feel free to subscribe. It's free. Alright, cheers guys. Have a good one.
Cold Fusion. It's new thinking.
This has been a disaster in slow motion. Almost everybody saw it coming. Lebanon's politicians have simply stood by and watched their country slip into the abyss.
Hi, welcome to another episode of Cold Fusion. Rising inflation, stagnant wages, and a sluggish economy is the story of a lot of countries today. But the story of Lebanon depicts a collapse of a different magnitude. Currently, it's facing arguably the worst economic crisis the world has seen in 150 years. More than 80% of its population lives below the poverty line. Prices are spiraling out of control, and the national currency is in freefall, losing more than 97% of its value. But it's not all about economic figures and data. It's a human tragedy. Millions of people are losing everything they have. It's a sad tale of frustration, a sense of betrayal, and a pervasive exhaustion with never-ending corruption and mismanagement within its government. Families are sending children to orphanages simply because they can't afford to feed them. Citizens have resorted to robbing banks, not to get other people's money, but to get back their own. Meanwhile, the banks have smuggled over $6 billion out of the country, and the bankers themselves are buying multi-million-dollar properties in New York. What makes this so shocking is that if you go back just a couple of years, you could not predict just how deep this crisis would reach. Back then, Lebanon was doing much better than their regional peers, boasting one of the largest GDPs per capita in the Middle East. Its tourism sector thrived, and its banking system was an ironclad vault. It was called the Switzerland of the Middle East. But just a few years later, it was all decimated. So what triggered this rapid decline, and what are the consequences echoing today? And more importantly, is there a light at the end of this very dark tunnel? Buckle up as we embark on a deep dive into the story of Lebanon and its struggle for survival.
You are watching Cold Fusion TV.
To fully grasp the Lebanon crisis, we must travel back to 1975. At the time, Lebanon was in the midst of a civil war between the Christians and Muslims, a feud that permeated every level of society. For 15 long years, the war raged, taking a devastating toll of 120,000 lives. The conflict finally ceased in 1989, when representatives from each faction agreed to sit down and hash out a deal. The outcome? A sectarian government that promised a slice of the political pie to each religious faction. In this political landscape, each religious group would have representation in the nation's parliament, and political parties would form around religious lines. Each sect would also claim different ministries, essentially dividing the government into fiefdoms. The thing was, this arrangement was supposed to be a temporary 3-year fix, a stepping stone to a more stable, non-sectarian system. But the transition never happened, and this divide can be considered the root cause of all the issues that began to ensue in the following decades. This separation just happened to be the perfect breeding ground for politicians to put their own people in power and fill their own pockets in the process. So after this civil war, Lebanon was in ruins and in need of rebuilding. Due to some sense of political stability, capital started to flow into the country. The government capitalized on foreign aid and created more incentives for foreign investment. Soon the country began to blossom. Between 1990 and the year 2000, Lebanon's GDP surged by an impressive 400%. About 60% of the country's GDP came from trade, tourism, and financial services. And also, those who were Lebanese and living overseas tended to send a lot of money back home. Given the service-centric economy, Lebanon was reliant on imports for basics like food and fuel. And with most transactions in global trade being conducted in dollars, the US currency became an essential part of Lebanon's economy. Having that in mind, by 1997, the government had opted to peg the local currency to the US dollar at a fixed rate. In turn, this made the unstable local currency stronger, offering sturdiness to the country's economy and thus allowing the government to get more financing. But the main problem was, during this time, much of that capital flowed directly into the pockets of politicians instead of being invested into necessary infrastructure. This wasn't at the forefront of everyone's minds though, because the economy was booming and everyone was fat and happy. Citizens were enjoying progressively higher standards of living, so much of the corruption and mismanagement by the government went unnoticed. But things started to take a darker tone once the foreign aid started to dry up. As this happened, politicians began to look for new ways to enrich themselves. At the time, most politicians had direct ties to or outright owned national commercial banks. Politicians and bankers designed a new way to bring money into the government. Now, imagine Lebanon's financial structure as a 3-tiered cake. On the top tier, we have the government, fragmented into several pieces as we discussed, each represented by a different sect. In the middle lies the central bank, and on the base tier, we have the commercial banks. The final goal was to use the central bank's reserves to fuel government spending. To do that, they first needed to attract foreign capital into central bank reserves. To accomplish this, the central bank offered extremely high interest rates, incentivizing commercial banks to deposit their reserves with them. Since the central bank was offering such attractive returns, commercial banks had everything to gain by parking their clients' deposits there. And the plan worked. Imagine having a 10% return on a dollar deposit at a time when banks in Europe and the US were offering low to no returns on the same type of deposit. Combine this with a high level of banking secrecy and a very conservative banking practice, and Lebanon turned into a money magnet. It pulled in large amounts of foreign deposits into local banks, servicing anyone from the Middle East to Europe. As deposits started to flow in, commercial banks deposited the money at the central bank. As the central bank started to accumulate large amounts of foreign currency reserves, they started to lend that money to the government. Hidden behind the facade of Lebanon's rapidly growing economy, this scheme flew under the radar once more. As a result, government debt began to balloon, and soon Lebanon's debt to GDP ratio soared well past 100%. In itself, high debt levels are not an issue as long as the government is able to invest in infrastructure and systems that will create more growth for the economy. But, as we know, in Lebanon, this did not happen. A major chunk of these funds was landing in the pockets of the politicians, and this caused even the most basic of services to crumble. Constant electricity cuts and non-drinkable tap water became the norm.
Hassan Hoshu.
Hey.
Hey Jade. Are you Carson by any chance? Hey Vanilla Soda. What's up? Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Oh yeah. Hello Vanilla. Okay. I think I can PM you here. Hold on. I'm going to send you my Discord. Hey, what's up, man?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How you doing?
I'm doing good, actually. I've been playing for a couple of hours now, as you can see on my Twitch live.
Yeah. 10 hours, is that what it said?
Oh, okay, so how do you like me to call you, by the way?
What do you want to call me? My name's Carson. You just call me Carson.
Carson, awesome. And okay, so how many hours have you played this game, by the way?
I think on this account I have 500, but I've played for a while. But I've never played vanilla, and I don't really. I have a job, so I don't really have the time to grind, you know. So I kind of just need a carry.
I see. Yeah, so vanilla is kind of different actually, because for 2x or any modded server, you can just like farm for a couple of minutes and then you're done, right?
Yeah. Yep.
In vanilla, you have to spend like hours, like just like what I'm doing currently. This is vanilla, what I'm playing currently.
Yeah, no. It's fucking, it's hell.
And then you get like gripped by cheaters as well.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to do a monthly, just because, you know, we don't have all the time in the world, and I didn't want to play for 3 days and then it wipe. So yeah, so I'm choosing monthly, and then the shops are always insane, so it's not too hard to get a start. But
yeah, especially now because of the recent updates that they did. They actually tried to eliminate those like solos, duos, trios. So it's kind of hard for you to like survive more in the game. Like especially
yeah, for sure.
with the recycler recently. Oh man, it's like there's like 40% decrease on recyclers on safe zones, so it's
Yep.
advisable to recycle there. Yeah, but I don't know if you see or have seen my message on Twitch, but this is my Steam. You can add me there. I've been playing for almost 8 hours now. 8k hours now, so my role basically, sometimes I build the base, most of the time actually build the base, PvP. My role in the Zerg before was basically build and defend the base, and then yeah, PvP roam. So that's basically my role before. So I'm not sure what your gameplay or playstyle is, so let's just go with that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I don't mind building, I just usually just have to watch YouTube videos, so, but yeah, if you wanted to build, that's cool. I really just like PvP. I mean, I don't say I hate every other aspect of the game, but the only part that I really care about is the PvP. So, I mean, I never really build massive bases, just because I just want to get something that's defendable, and then just run around in PvP the entire day is really kind of how I like to play. But then that's 2x, so it's a lot easier. So I know vanilla, I mean, it's going to be hours of grinding on, like, getting stone, metal, sulfur, all that shit, so I don't mind that. But that was, like, the main reason I hired you, if you want to say. Just help the process move a little quicker.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I'm an amazing PvPer by any means. I mean, I'd say I'm pretty good on a 2x and 3x because the players there aren't, you know, very good. So I know Vanilla's going to be a lot harder.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a lot harder. But based on what you just said, maybe I think there's like a playstyle we can do that doesn't require really that much farming. Basically that's what I do when I play solo, just like this one. So what I do is farm those who are farming.
You what?
I farm those who are farming. So I just kill a bunch of guys and then take their loot and then go home. So that's basically my, especially if you're like solo, duo, trio, that's gonna be like the playstyle you wanna go with.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know if you know who Alone in Tokyo is, but I watch him a lot, and all he does is just steal shit from clans.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I've been a subscriber of Alone in Tokyo since he's like, I don't know, 10k subscriber. That's basically where I got the playstyle with.
Yeah, that's cool. I've had his Patreon for almost, I think, right the first month he opened it. So, I mean, I watch every single video he makes.
Yeah. So YouTubers, I watch Wilgem most of the time, and then Alone in Tokyo. So there's only those two guys. Sometimes Blueprint, because of the story, probably. But for PvP and for story, for me, I'm gonna go with Wilgem, and then for PvP, I'm gonna go with Alone in Tokyo. Guy's crazy, man.
Yeah, he is. It's insane. But I'm on here right now. What do you thinking? I usually build in the snow, but it's a little different vanilla. So you tell me, and I'll try and get a start.
Okay. Let me turn off my stream real quick, cause people can hear us.